Ready to go, sir.
Hi Friday.
Hello, sir.
What's the weather Friday?
Sir, the weather in Visakhapatnam is light rain, and the temperature feels like 38.94.
Do you know that we can create Jarvis using vanilla JavaScript, HTML, and just CSS? If you don't know, this series is just for you. Now, as a programmer, it's our dream to create an voice assistant just for us who listens to our words. Right? Isn't that your dream? Yeah, maybe. 90% of the programmers have this dream. So today, if you don't know how to create a Jarvis for yourself, I'm going to teach you. Now you don't need any master blaster professional skills for it, just some simple basic understanding of JavaScript, HTML and CSS. That is more than enough. So let's have a look on the project I have built for web, or Jarvis completely for web. Oh my god. Okay, let's get started. So guys, right now I am on my web browser, and in a few seconds I'm going to introduce you to Friday. Now actually we are going to build Friday, not Jarvis, because everyone builds Jarvis. You know, I am unique, you are unique, so that is the reason we are building Friday. Now let me introduce you to Friday. For that I have to enter the URL here. I have already hosted it.
Ready to go, sir.
Hi Friday.
Hello, sir.
Shut down for a sec, Friday.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
Okay, so guys, I have stopped Friday for some time so that I could explain you everything we have in here this Friday can do. Okay, so let's have a look. So on the top left corner you can see the time, and below it you can see your internet connectivity, whether you're online or offline. In the top center you could see your present battery percentage and the charging status, whether your device is charging currently or not. Currently I have plugged in my charger, so that is the reason this is showing charging. And on the top right you have your weather info. Currently I have not entered any location or something. I'm going to enter in front of you right now. That is when it will load up. And in bottom middle you can see the text. The red text is the commands given by Friday, and the blue one is our commands. Okay, fine. And here you have some cool GIFs which will just create a beautiful awesome look on your client, whoever watches it, right? So let me just refresh the page so that you could have it completely from scratch. You could have that cool effect, cool impact in your minds. So I am just refreshing it with Control R.
Ready to go, sir.
Hi Friday.
Hello, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay Friday, I want to change my information.
Opening the information tab, sir.
So guys, I am entering some data here. So let me leave it blank. In location, I'll give my location. I am leaving this your bio section to be empty. Now just see what happens when I click on submit.
Sir, enter your complete information.
Okay, now entering a dash because I don't want to add any bio for now. And if I click on submit, so now on the top right corner you can see some weather report, right? Now let's see. What's the weather Friday?
Sir, the weather in Visakhapatnam is light rain, and the temperature feels like 38.94. Sir, the weather in Visakhapatnam is light rain, and the temperature feels like 38.94.
Now guys, did you saw that what happens? Now let me do a small magic. Okay, let me just tell you. Friday, can you show me the full weather report?
Opening the weather report, sir.
Now, this is absolutely something epic, guys. You just see here what is happening. Weather in Vishakhapatnam. Oh my god. Now it is completely based on the user, what the information you give. It is nothing is hard coded here. Okay. Now let me show you another glimpse. Friday, open YouTube.
Opening YouTube, sir.
Did you saw that? Now, Friday, search for the enthusiastic dev.
Here's your result.
Oh my god. Now see the magic what actually happens if it captures everything perfectly. Search for Google.
Here's your result.
Now, I have talked a bit slower so that my mic could grasp everything perfectly fine. Now see what happened, that search for text is not there anymore. Only Google is there. Oh my god. That search for has been removed with a small algorithm which we will be using while we are recording the tutorial for this.
Here's your result.
So now it has just searched for everything. I have talked in between. Okay, that is fine. Now if I do Friday, open Firebase.
Opening Firebase console.
Oh my god. Friday, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Now guys, you see all these tabs are opened here. Now let me show you magic if you want to know about its commands. Now, Friday, what are your commands?
Sir, here's the list of commands I can follow.
So these are all the commands it can actually follow. If I say open WhatsApp,
Opening WhatsApp.
so it will open web.whatsapp.com. Okay, I have closed it because it's kind of personal, so let it be. Then I've added my Instagram profile, Twitter profile, GitHub profile, right? Now let me do a magic. Friday, open my GitHub profile.
Opening your GitHub profile.
So now it is not opening GitHub for us, it is opening our GitHub profile. Now if I say open GitHub,
Opening GitHub.
this time it opens GitHub. Open my Instagram profile, Friday.
Opening your Instagram profile.
Open Instagram.
Opening Instagram, sir.
See, currently I am not logged in. That is the reason this thing is actually happening here. Now, isn't that beautiful, guys? Actually, yes, right? And you have a lot of commands I have actually given here. Like, if you want to close this particular tab, I think it should
Closing
close.
the tab, sir.
I said close this. That is the reason it closed the tab. Okay. If I show you it again, just see. What are your commands?
Sir, here's the list of commands I can follow. Closing the tab, sir.
What are your commands, Friday?
Sir, here's the list of commands I can follow.
Close this.
Closing the tab, sir.
Now you just saw that, right? So there's a lot of stuff you can actually do. Even you can add more commands as you want. Now isn't that cool, guys? Now this episode is just the overview episode, guys. From the next episode I will be launching the code tutorials, that how you are going to build. We will build each of the stuff one by one with complete styling, with this weather setup that is actually coming from an API. We are getting these icons and all this stuff, everything from an API, and these are some stuff which is actually important. You are getting this data from the device this website is on. Now remember one thing, this will not work on mobile phones or some browsers, cause what is the reason? Okay, first of all let me stop it because it will interrupt us in between. Shut down, Friday.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
So now it is asleep and it will not interrupt us in between. So where I was saying that this thing will not work on mobile phones because there are not much voice recognition features for an Android or iOS device. Web browser doesn't support that better voice recognition support for browsers in a mobile. and it will also may not work on some browsers like Internet Explorer or something, and definitely it is not going to work in Google Chrome also. Now why that? Now listen, why it will not work on Google Chrome. The reason is that Google Chrome doesn't supports that a website can auto turn the voice recognition, but whereas in Edge we can do that. Now I highly recommend you to launch this website on Edge so that voice recognition automatically starts. But else if you're trying it on Google Chrome, what you can do is go to the DevTools, go to the console, and then type recognition.start, and your recognition will automatically start. But there will be a lot of glitches. That is the reason I want to try it on Edge. Actually I'm using Edge, and I always use Microsoft Edge only because I like it. It's a bit faster than Google Chrome and other stuff, and it supports some external features which I usually need. So right now I am on my VS Code, and you can actually see I have already created a folder with the name Friday because we are going to create Friday. So I hope you have already watched the previous episode that was the glimpse of Friday. Yes, I know you did. Okay, so let's create some files. I'll say index.html, and then I would like to create style.css, and then I would like to create let's say app.js. Okay, so these are the three files we actually are looking to work with. So let's create a basic HTML template, and here let's name it Friday, and let's give some spaces so that it looks pretty amazing and pretty cool. Okay, and now here let us say h1 and h1. Okay, it's been a caps lock. Okay, fine. So let us say h1, and in this h1 hi, I'll just simply say we are building Friday. So this is just for testing. This is not Friday. This is just for testing. Oh, that is a lot of fun. Oh my god. So let's save it, and now I'm just going to launch this HTML template with live server. So if you don't know about live server, it's just an extension which makes your basic HTML template live, and whenever you save your code, it automatically refreshes the page. So this is the extension of VS Code. If you're using VS Code, then it is absolutely fine. You can definitely use it. So its name is live server. The author is Ritwik D. So this is the original one. Just download it. And if anything is not happening, just refresh it. But yeah, let me show you what actually happens. So if I right click here, you can see open with live server. Now you can do this open with live server only on HTML pages. Okay, just remember that. And sometimes right here in the bottom right of your VS Code, you can see a go live button, and if you're on the HTML page, just clicking on that go live button will take you to the actual live page. Okay, so let me just make it live with open with live server, and it will automatically open something on my browser. So here you can see hi, we are building Friday. So this is my web page. Okay, this is fine. So this is my web page. Now let me open the console so that we could just edit everything side by side. If I refresh the page, you are not going to see that error anymore. It is just because of our live server. Okay, that is fine. Now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my browser window a bit smaller so that we could just see everything while coding side by side. Okay, so now let me make this smaller, and this one absolutely fine. Let's make this a bit smaller. Okay, this is fine. Now we can simply code side by side. Now guys, the most important thing is we actually need to add our CSS and JS file to this HTML. You know that, right? So at the end of the body tag, I will just add a comment like script, and below here I will say script source, and in here I will just simply add the source file, that is app.js, and now our JS file is added. Okay, and on top I will simply say link CSS, and it is simply style.css. I will say dot style.css, and it is it. So absolutely fine. So this much is prepared. It is absolutely ready. Now you saw that when I saved here, let me save it again. you see when I save here on my VS Code, the Friday, the actual browser window will refresh. Okay, just see that. You saw that, right? It actually refreshes whenever you save, and now that is the magical live server. You do not need to actually refresh your page again and again. So that is the best thing, and that is the reason it is so famous also. Okay, and now let me just tell you before ending this video, I may forget it by that time, but let me just tell you that if you are going to stop live server, just don't directly stop, close your browser and VS Code. Just close this port dot semicolon 5500 server right here before closing your VS Code, so that it will automatically perfectly close. Okay, so that is it. Now the most important thing is we need to set up voice recognition for our Friday, and voice recognition definitely stays with JavaScript. Without JavaScript enabled, your browser can't even do 1% of the work our actual Friday will do. Okay, so let us create a no script element, and in this I'll just say a statement that you need JavaScript. Okay, you need JavaScript for this web app. Okay, this is fine. Now if someone has not enabled JavaScript for their browser, they will just simply get this text on their browser window. Okay, this is fine. Now after this, what we are going to do, now we will go to app.js because we have already linked it, so no worries about that. Now in this app.js, the main thing comes up. So what is it? Now we need to actually set up the stuff that is voice recognition. So for that you need you need to use an API called the speech recognition API, which is in the browsers, which is inside the browsers. Okay, so let us create some variables for that. So I'm just simply saying const speech recognition. Let's say const speech recognition because this would be best for us. So let me make this capital so that everything looks fine. Okay, now here I'm simply saying window dot speech recognition something. Now what is it? Window dot speech recognition, this thing. Now this is that voice recognition API present in the browsers. Okay, now if you are an app developer, this would be something different, and I am not, so I don't know about that. Otherwise I would tell you, right? So I don't know about that. And why am I keeping this thing? I have never seen this. Oh, so this is just an OR symbol because something may not have speech recognition. So for all browsers who have speech recognition, we have something called window.webkit speech recognition, and I don't see that suggestion here, so I have to type some more, which I don't like. So here we need to say speech recognition back again, and this is it. Now this is a variable we actually need to create. So this is the first step of creating this, of starting with speech recognition. So you can consider this video as a tutorial for speech recognition in JavaScript. Okay, now after this we need to create another variable which will create our new speech recognition. Okay, so I'm just simply saying const recognition. Let's make it recognition, const recognition equal to new, not speech grammar, it is speech recognition. Okay, new speech recognition, and this is a function, so we just keep these circular braces, okay, or brackets, whatever it may be. Okay, fine. Now actually we are going to use this recognition variable again and again, so all of the things in speech recognition are actually using this. Okay, so that is fine. Now after this, what can we do? Okay, let me show you what actually happens. So this recognition now has some things like on start, on result. Now what is that? I'm going to tell you. So first of all, let's start with on start. So I'm just simply saying recognition dot on start. Okay, it's not audio start, it's on start. Now it will have a function. You can have anything, but in our case we only need to call some function on start. Whenever someone starts to speak something, this browser speech recognition will automatically capture it, and whenever it is on start, like it starts capturing, then this function will run. Okay, Now first, suppose we have a function which is simply logging what? Voice recognition. I'm just simply saying VR for voice recognition, and here active. Okay, VR active, so this is fine. Now we have something called recognition dot on end also, so let's just add that. Now this is on end, it is similar, that is simply a function. Okay, what did I do? Okay, that is something different we don't know about right now, so we just need to do function, and in this function we need to again do something like this, and in here we will simply again log what? Voice recognition deactivated. Okay, or let's say deactive. Now this much is fine. Now what actually happens here is, when recognition starts, this will log this, and when recognition stops, it will log this. But how will it start? So that is why we have to create some button so that we can start this voice recognition. And how are we going to do that? But before that, to make our code a bit cleaner, let's add some comments here. So I will simply say here speech recognition setup. Now this is fine, and after here we have speech recognition start. I will simply write SR start, and here I will write SR stop. Now this should be fine. Okay, now let's create some buttons so that we could just start and stop the voice recognition. I'm going to my index.html file, and here simply I will create two buttons I mean, and let's give VR start. Okay, and the next one will be VR stop. Okay, the next one is VR stop, and now let's just give them an ID so that we could select these buttons. Now let's say ID start, ID stop. Now this much is fine. Now we actually need to select these buttons in our app.js. For now I am closing the style.css because we are not styling anything right now in here. So now let's select the variables on the topmost. So here I will say elements. Okay, here let's say const. I will say start button. Start button. Now let's say start button is equals to document dot query selector hashtag btn start, right? It was, I don't remember actually, it was start and stop, hashtag start and hashtag stop. Now let's say let's make this stop, and now we have both our buttons selected right here. Now guys, if you don't know about document.query selector, it is also a DOM functionality which allows you to select elements based on like IDs, classes. Now here it is an ID, so that is why we are directly putting hash. Now if you want like select it by get element by ID, you can even do that, but I mostly prefer this because it is just looks like pretty common in all my lines of code, so I definitely use this. Now I don't recommend you to always use this, it's your choice. Okay, now we have selected some buttons. Now what we will do, now here we have start button, this we have the start button, right? And here we're just adding an add event listener. Let's say when I click it, what you do is an arrow function, and within that arrow function I am just saying recognition dot start. Now what does this mean? When I click on the start button, start my recognition, that is what I want to say. Oh my god, fine. Now simply we again do something similar with the stop button. Now you may already have guessed what we are going to do. Stop btn.add event listener, click, and whenever I click on it, just simply do recognition dot stop. Okay, now it should be doing our stuff. Now let's see what actually happens here. Okay, now I am going to click on VR start. Now just see what happens. Now before I click on it, at the top where you see your title, right? Currently, let me just mark it. You see that circle, and there you will get a red dot. Okay, some browsers indicate it with the red dot, some browsers in a different way. Now when I say VR start, you see that red dot here and you see VR active in the console. Okay, now let me make it a bit bigger. You could see VR active in here. Now it is active. Now when I say VR stop, you see what happens. VR deactive, and at the top that red symbol has gone. Now that is something beautiful. Now see what happens when I'm continuously speaking and suddenly I stop. That red dot will automatically stop. Just see what happens. Hi, hello, cool, oh my god. So now you saw that I didn't press VR stop at all, but that red dot has gone and VR deactive has already been called. Now this is something the browsers have. That is, if I don't talk anything in between, the voice recognition will automatically stop. Cause like if you are using Google voice search, what happens when you stop talking, the browser automatically stops the voice recognition and search for the keywords you have spoken till that time you have stopped speaking anymore. Okay, now that may be a bit confusing, but I know you have already understood it. Okay, that is fine. Now we are deactivate is already been called, because we are not telling this to call whenever I click on this button. We are telling it to call whenever the voice recognition stops. So now this is automatically stopping this, so that is the reason that this is automatically being called. Now you get it. Okay, now these were the basics. Now how do I say to make it continuous? How can I make it continuous? Now this is one feature which is not supported in Chrome, Google Chrome. Just listen to me, which is not supported in Google Chrome, and that is the reason I am using Edge here. And I usually use Edge, that is common, and I usually use Edge in here. So because I like Edge. Now this doesn't mean that I hate Chrome, it just makes my machine slower. So that is the reason I use Edge, and I like Edge a lot. Okay, now that is fine. Now how to make it continuous, like the voice recognition just is activated for long time until I don't stop it. Now it is just a single line. Now I have added a comment SR continuous. Now for this we just need to add something called recognition dot continuous is equal to true. Now it is simply continuous and always it is true. If I say false, it is not continuous. If I say true, it is continuous. Okay, now this is fine. Now if I save it and if I click on VR start, just see on that red button, even I stop talking. It has been activated now. Right now I'm going to stop myself from talking. And you see it's still not stopped. So now when I click on VR stop, what is actually going to happen? Just see. And VR deactive and that red dot has gone. Now you just trust me, right? That this recognition.continuous is working. That is fine. Okay. Now this much is done. Now how will I see that before setting this up, how will I say that something, how will my Jarvis, or maybe Friday, if you are also building Friday, how will my Jarvis build, like how will my Jarvis speak out? So first of all, let's see that. Okay, how will my Jarvis speak out? So for that, let me just simply say a function. But before that, let me add a comment so that it would be easier for us to recap whenever we are seeing the past code. Okay, so here I am saying Friday speech. Now you can add Jarvis speech or Friday speech, it's your choice. It is absolutely perfect. Now in here we are defining a function. Now here you can define an arrow function, anything, it's your choice, but I am defining a normal function, normal JavaScript syntax function, and I will simply say it to be readout. Now in here this readout function will have a parameter which is the message or your input, whatever. For now let me add message. Okay, now this is a message, it actually speaks out. Okay, And in this function, what we actually need to do, we actually need to use another API called speech synthesis utterance. Let me show that to you. I have defined a variable called speech, and for this I am assigning that new speech synthesis utterance and a function. Okay, and after this we have something called speech.text. What do this speech needs to speak out? What will it speak out? Now that is our message. Now the message is what it has to speak it out, right? We are passing in a parameter string that is a message, and that is what this speech recognition or speech output has to speak out. My Jarvis, my Friday has to speak out. Now for that you can assign a volume. I am assigning the volume to be 1, not column, it's volume, not voice, it's volume. Okay, I'm assigning it to be 1. It is, I think it's defaultly 1, but I like to assign it previously. And after this you can do speech.rate, speech.pitch, and a lot of stuff. Guys, in a few minutes I'm also going to tell you that how you can actually change your Jarvis, your Friday's voice also. Okay, so that is going to be pretty much amazing. That function is also going to be in this readout function only. Okay, now that will be something very much epic, so let us just get going for that. Now here we actually need to do one thing. Now for normal speech, for a female voice speech, this much is better. Now actually my Friday, that is my iamfriday.netlify.app, which I showed you in the previous episode, contains the default voice that is a female voice, so we don't need to change it, but I will tell you how to change it as though we don't require if you want a female voice. Okay, now after the speech.volume we just need to have something called window dot speech synthesis dot speak. Now what do you want to speak? The speech which we have passed in. Now this is what you actually need to speak. Now we have added our stuff to this speak, what is its text, what is its volume, and other stuff, and you actually finally need to speak it out. Okay, and after this I am just simply saying console.log speaking out. Okay, I forgot quotes. Now this much is pretty good. And after this, what next? Now actually we need to call this function, right? So I'm again creating a button like speak out. And let me give it an ID. Fine. Let me simply select it. Fine. Now whenever I click on it, now this is just an example, guys. This is just an example. This will not be our final code. We have to modify it a lot to make it perfect, which you saw in the previous episode, and more than that. Okay, so this is just an example. So I said a speak button dot add event listener, on click add an arrow function, and in this arrow function what I want to say, call the readout function. Okay, what happened I don't know. Okay, call the readout function with a hard-coded message. Now hard-coded means I am just giving it, it is not user input, it is present in the code. Okay, I am passing in message, or let's say hi my dear lovely subscribers, let's code something epic today, and that is what we are doing, right? Now this is a message. Hi my dear lovely subscriber, let's code something epic today. Now that is what our browser will speak out when I click on the button speak out right here. Okay, so just see what happens, but before that let me just increase my volume to 100% so that you could listen it. Okay, just have a look now.
Hi, my dear lovely subscribers. Let's code something epic today.
Now guys, did you heard that out? Oh my god, now let's change something. Now see what I have written. Hello my data, not data, it's dear. You guys are my dear, right? So that is the reason. Hello my dear enthusiastic devs on the planet, not our. Its vocabulary is very bad. Okay, actually mine. So now I'm saving it and see if I click on speak out.
Hello, my dear enthusiastic devs on the planet.
Now I love this. Okay, now in a few minutes I will also tell you something more epic, but before that let's see how we can change the voice. So for that you don't need to actually do much of this stuff. It is some simple thing, but what is it? Now there is a function, something called as what do you say it? Now first of all I will like to show that to you on the browser. Okay, if I show you on the browser then you will like it. So it is something called speech synthesis dot get voices. Now here let's say that. Okay, now right now I am telling you that how you can get different voices. Okay, how you can get different voices. Now this is what I'm going to tell you now. Now for different voices, let me create a variable which will consist all the list of all different voices. Okay, now here we have something called speech synthesis, which we defined earlier. Speech synthesis dot get voices. Now this is a function which will give us the list of the voices. Now I'm just copying it, pasting it in the console of our actual browser. Now if I run this, you see a list of different functions. Now let me make it big. Now we have a total of 40 voices, I guess, and here you have the list of voices. Now this voice URI is actually the name, and here you have the language, kind of slang, Bulgaria, Sedge or something, whatever you like you can choose. The boy voice will be here, Mark, David is 35, Mark is 38, Ravi is 36. Now Ravi is from India, David is from United States, and the initial one is, I think this one is initial one, or maybe it may be 0 or something. We have to see about that, but I actually don't know what is the default one. Now how to set our actual voice. Now let's see for Ravi, which is 36. Remember the index, that is 36. I just write it here, 36. Okay, fine. Now let me make it small back again, keep it right here. Okay, fine, and I'm again going to my previous function. Now I did get voices, and here I'm simply saying speech.voice is actually equal to a voice from this all voices we have just created before a few seconds maybe. And in these voices I want the 36th index, right? This 36th index, which I noted down for my safety so that I couldn't forget it. Okay, now the voice should have been changed. Let's see what happens. You should get a male voice for now. Let's see. Now the text is same. Hello my dear enthusiastic devs on the planet.
Hello, my dear enthusiastic devs on the planet.
But this was a female voice. What happened to you? Oh my god. Something seems I have to check it once. Let me refresh.
Hello, my dear enthusiastic devs on the planet.
Hello, my dear enthusiastic devs on the planet.
So guys, did you saw something? That when I pressed speak out for the first time, it gave you a female voice, which is the default voice, because actually this function has to call once, and there it actually needs to get the default voice. And whenever I click on the speak out again, this calls this function back again, then it checks for the actual voice I'm giving it. So I think that is the reason I gave it a default voice, so that it doesn't change its voice in between. So to fix this, if you want a male voice but you want to fix this, how you can do that? Now whenever you do window.onload, when the browser is actually loaded, just do this much. Now just let me add it as a comment. Okay, so what we actually need to do, window.onload, make it a function which does what, which simply does, which calls this readout function with some empty spaces, so that female voice is automatically taken up, and from the next time our speak button will speak out in a male voice. So now guys, I definitely don't know why it is not speaking out anything, but just give me a sec. I will close the port once, and then I will relaunch the site, then maybe it may run as previously. Now guys, I don't know what is happening.
Hello, my dear enthusiastic devs on the planet.
This becomes a meme, guys. So what can I say about this? It doesn't listen to me. Now it is actually depending on my internet connection, which is too slow today. I just forgot about that. Currently this is not my actual Wi-Fi, so that is the reason my internet is too slow today, and that may be one of the reasons this actually happens. Now if I do speak out again,
hello, my dear enthusiastic devs on the planet.
Fine. Now I'm saving it. Oh my god. I'm again clicking on speak out. So guys, right now I definitely know what is happening here. Maybe the internet issue, but I think this should definitely work. I want you guys, right now I have a homework, you take it in any way, but currently it is not working in my machine. So you could just try this thing out in your machine and just tell me in the comments whether it is working or not. Okay, so that I could just get a confidence that yes, you guys are coding along with me, you guys are learning new stuff on your own, and that is pretty amazing, and that is what I want you to do. So right now I'm removing this line of code, I'm refreshing the piece of shit maybe for now, but we are going to make it epic. Right, now this is the thing. Now how can I do something so that it takes my speech and speak it out? How can I do that? Now that is something important, and that is the main purpose. We are building a voice assistant which will do things for us, not for someone else, like not for text, not for something, not for hard coded stuff. Actually whatever we speak, it gives a particular reply for that. Now this is what I am here for, right? So guys, now we again have some more important stuff. Now this is the most important stuff if you are gonna make Jarvis, because the most important stuff is that we need to get that text. Now where do we add that text? Now that is in on start. No, it's in on result. Now definitely you have to get that text whenever the speech recognition stops, right? Whenever the speech recognition stops, then you need to get it. Now let me show you with an example. For now I will show you everything with proof, okay? So don't worry. So let's say we have an event, okay? That is a parameter we are taking, and from this parameter only we can actually get the things we are talking about. Okay, I have something called event, but before this let me comment out this continuous, because it will break our flow in between. Okay, so I'm just saying an event, and I will simply say log that event. Now I'm saving it. Hi, hello. So guys, I did something wrong. That is, we actually need this event not in start. We do want to have it in on result and not in here, actually up here. And if I save it again, hi, hello, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it may be, bye bye, tada. So now you see voice recognition stopped and some stuff came up to us. Now here we have an object, and in this object we have to go for some event dot result index and just find where it is. Now we got some. Now we need to take that the thing I was talking about, result index, right? We have to take it in as a variable. So let's say let maybe current. Let current is equal to something called that event, the same event dot result index. Now this is what I was looking for, but I'm not able to find it anywhere. Then let's say, now this is the most important thing, that is transcript. Now you need to take the transcript of whatever you are talking. Now that comes from the current thing only. Just see what happens. I have this event, right? From that event I want to go to dot results, and within dot results I want to go to the array that is on current. Now this gives you a number, that is the index of your result, and from that result index I want to go from these results inside the event. Inside the event I want to the array which I want to get to the element which is in this position within the array. Okay, now fine. After, now we again get an array from this. Okay, now from this is the thing which comes right now is again an array, and from that array we need to get the first one. The first one is always 0 in JavaScript. The array's first index is 0. So now from here we need to get dot transcript. Now this is what we need to get, and that is it. Now we got our transcript, and now here if I could simply say console log this transcript, now it will simply console log whatever we are speaking in. Okay, now just see what happens. Now I hope everything works fine, but we have to see about that and fix it if anything goes wrong. Hi Friday, I am the one who is creating you. Please work fine. Okay, now something happened here. I don't know what. It is saying we got an error at app.js22, which is this line of code. Okay, now I definitely know what the thing I have done. You saw something. I'm talking about on result from start, but till now I have not created it. Oh my god, what am I? Now this is on end, this is not on result. We want on end, guys. Oh my god, I am really sorry for this. I wasted a lot of your time. I'm really sorry about this, guys. Now here we need to say SR result, or you may say on result. So recognition dot on result, and it is also a function, and in this function we need to get that event, and now it should definitely work fine as we are looking for. Now let me comment it, and now let me log this event. I saved it. Require is not defined. Oh, from where did I get this? Hi, please work fine this time. Okay, now I hope something good happens now. Okay, this time we have results, guys. We have now results. So now we need to go to event.results. Okay, we have results index to be 0. You saw that is what we were saving as current, and we have this results also. In this results we want to get to current, which was 0, and this is 0, right? This is 0, this complete thing is 0, and within this 0 we want to get dot transcript. Now I don't see transcript anywhere. Okay, here transcript is. You could see, hi, please work fine this time. Oh my god, that was what I spoke out. Now this is absolutely good. This is actually working fine. Oh my god, now I am very happy. Oh wow. Now I'm just simply removing this. Now I'm simply doing this stuff so that I could get whatever I'm speaking out. Hi, my name is whatever you think. Oh my god. Guys, did you saw here? Hi, my name is whatever you think. Oh my god, this is epic. I like it a lot. Now this is absolutely something epic, guys. Just see, hi, my name is whatever you think. That is what I just spoke out, right? You too heard it. Okay, so now we did how to speak it out. Now I just want to say one thing, that if this transcript, after this transcript, instead of this I'm simply saying read out the transcript. Now whatever I speak, it will read out for me. Okay, now I'm removing this voice stuff because I don't need it, but I hope you have already accessed it, or let me just comment it out. Okay, so that you may just get while you are getting the code, it would be perfect for you. Okay, now I saved it. I hope I did everything perfect this time. Okay, fine. So now if I click on VR start, hi, my name is Ashish. Okay, now reading out, speaking out has already come, so I think reading out should also work, but it is not working cause my internet connectivity, I already said about that. It will speak anywhere in between, so I'm just refreshing it so that it should not speak. But guys, trust me, it will definitely work. In the previous video, we have already set up Friday and how it's gonna talk and all of the stuff. So in this video, we will know that how Friday will respond to us, how it will open stuff we want it to. Like if I say open YouTube, it has to open YouTube. How will it do that? How can it search for something in Google? So we are going to cover all that in this particular video, guys. So let's start this video without any further ado. So guys, how's it going on? So in the previous video, we have already set up speech recognition for our Friday. So in this video, we are going to move further. So in this video, we will see that how Friday will open YouTube, how it will search for stuff on Google, and how is it going to do whatever I want it to. So let's just get started with that. So first of all, I have already made live server live, and it is live on here on this port in my machine, and now you can just see here. So first of all, let us do something. I am looking to open YouTube using Friday. How can I do that? First of all, I need to get to youtube.com, and here let me just copy this URL and keep it safe somewhere. Okay, I'm just keeping it safe. Now let me close this YouTube tab, and now I'm here on my VS Code, and fine. Now let me make this browser terminal a bit shorter so that you could see everything perfect. And now this is good. Now guys, whatever we have to do, everything needs to be done from where? Absolutely, all that stuff is to be done from on result. Now here, if I show you, it would be somewhere on result right here. We are getting the transcript, right? We are getting what we are speaking out, and based on that, we actually need to write all our functionality. That what is the transcript, what is the stuff here, what is the command we are giving it to, and based on that we will give respective commands by taking some commands from this transcript. Suppose let's say that our transcript includes hi. Okay, let me write that stuff here. Okay, suppose that our transcript includes hi. I will give a command that say hello sir. Okay, this much is fine. Now if I say something like open Google, like this, if I say open Google, it will say opening Google, and open this, and it will open www.google.com. Now this is simple. Same thing you can do for Amazon, YouTube and all that stuff. It is not very hard, or very hard, yeah, it is not at all hard. It is very easy. Just you need to know the thing that how you are going to do that, and rest of the work is like butter. Okay, so let's start. Now let me remove this comment and this console log from here also, and we are doing this readout transcript, right? We don't need it anymore because that was just for some testing purposes. And now the main thing came on, guys. So first of all, we need to say something called if. Now why am I saying if? Now most of the work is done using if else statement only, guys. Now listen, if I say hi, this if condition says if our transcript includes, if this transcript dot includes hi, reply what? That readout function, right? Readout what? Readout simply hello sir. Now this is what you need to do. Now this is actually everything you need to do, but not completely. It is all you can say 70% of the work we have to do. 70% of the work is same, guys. Okay, so we have just this transcript. Okay, let me give some space so that you could see better. So if the transcript includes hi or hi Friday, let's make it hi Friday. Hi Friday, it should read out hello sir. Okay, now let's just test it out. Now let this much be it. Now let me just save it and run it. Okay, I'm clicking on VR start here. Hi Friday. Okay, I don't see it speaking anything. Let us see once again. Let me just write a console log for debugging purposes, and let us say hello sir. Okay, now if I save this and refresh the page once, and if I again say hi Friday, okay, there may be some error taking this spelling of hi. So I am just doing what here I will simply say log transcript. So because I want to see what am I speaking, it may take the spelling mistake in the mic. The mic may take some spelling mistakes in here, so that is the reason I am already transcripting it. Okay, so now let us just make it hi to hello, because hi can be like change the spelling, but let's try with hello. This time it should work. Okay, I'm refreshing it again, clicking on VR start. Hello Friday. Okay, nothing happened. Some here you can see this, right? So we need to do one thing. What is that? Whatever the transcript is taking, that has to be converted into lowercase, right? We have to convert everything the transcript is taking into lowercase. So for that, what we will do, we will simply say transcript is equal to transcript dot lowercase. What was that function? Not lowercase, guys, remember it's two lowercase in JavaScript, and everything will be now lowercase in within transcript. And now see what happens. Now if I'm saving it again, and now I am again running it, the same function. Okay, refreshing the page, VR start. Hello Friday. Okay, it stopped while I was speaking again. Hello Friday.
Hello, sir.
Now guys, did you heard that out? First of all, let me change the voice if I have changed it. No, it's due to the internet. No worries. Let me refresh it. Hello Friday.
Hello, sir.
Okay, now that is perfectly fine, guys. Now it is speaking out for us, and that is actually good. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all voices. From there I'm going to get 36, not 36. I will get 0 or 1. Let's say 0, and this much is fine. So guys, you saw that this thing is now perfectly fine, perfectly working, right? So now let me just add this as a transcript so that I could just use it for debugging purposes. And now here I am using template literals, and here I am saying my words, and in here I will paste this transcript. So whatever the transcript comes, it comes like my words, then the transcript word. Okay, now this much is fine. I'm removing this console log from here. Same thing we can also do for hi, bye Friday, okay, whatever your commands is. Now let's get started with the YouTube part. Okay, now here we have to add another if condition, which is nothing like transcript. If the transcript dot includes, let's say, open YouTube. If the transcript includes open YouTube, then what you need to do is read out opening YouTube, sir. Okay, this much is fine, right? Now let us check this out. Okay, I'm refreshing the page and clicking on VR start. Open YouTube.
Opening YouTube, sir.
Guys, did you heard that out? Now that is fine. Now you may be wondering, in the previous video I made this voice to like a female voice, but now it is actually working like a male voice. Now guys, that is not your fault, that is not machine's fault, that is the problem of my internet connectivity, right? So yeah, it happens sometimes, don't worry about that, it just happens. Or what you can try is close the port once, okay, close this tab also, then again do go live. Let me just do it with from the index.html page, and if I say open with live server, it is gonna open the tab. Okay, it's opened it, and now I could close this and close this index.html file from here, open the console for debugging purposes, and it should be good now. Let's try again. Open YouTube.
Opening YouTube, sir.
Okay, that's okay, no worries. Now it has changed its default voice to a male voice. I told you how you can change your voice in the previous episode, so if you have watched it, well and good, and if you have don't, just watch it. Or if you are looking just for this change voice section, how to get more voices, what is the index of the voice I am looking for David, for Zira, you can actually go and get it from that video. Okay, fine. Now what else I'm going to do? I'm going to open my YouTube. I want it to open YouTube when I say open YouTube, not just give me the command opening YouTube, sir. So after this, what we have to do is window dot open. Now this is the thing which is actually thing. Now this, what it will do is this will simply open a new tab in your browser, guys. Now here you simply have to paste your URL. I copied it, okay, and now here I am pasting it. Now see what happens when I say open YouTube. Okay, let me save it. Now I'm saying VR start, see, open YouTube.
Opening YouTube, sir.
Now guys, did you saw that how good it was? Like it said, when I said open YouTube, it said opening YouTube, sir. And if I said window.open and then window.open this, so it is just opening our this URL on our browser, right? Now that is pretty much good. But do you know that what happens if I say open YouTube Friday, will it not open it? Let's test it out. What happens? Open YouTube Friday. I don't know what you are doing, but open YouTube. Stop all your work and open just YouTube and only YouTube.
Opening YouTube, sir.
Now guys, did you saw that magic? did you saw that magic what just happened? Whatever I speak, if my speech includes open YouTube continuously somewhere, then it is gonna open YouTube. If you are gonna have open YouTube multiple times, it is gonna open multiple times. So that is it. So you need not write a different algorithm to access it only once or something like that. The browser speech recognition API takes care for all that, so you don't need to worry about that stuff again and again. Okay, now this is for YouTube. What if I want to search something, and how can I do that? Now I can't do just like this, right? Open google.com. Now how will I do for searching? Now guys, this is actually important, and this is what we are going to do in a bit later, not currently but a bit later. So what do I do now? I am going to give more functionality to it, like just like these commands, not very much that you can, if you are feeling boring, just skip this part, because I hope that you already got it how to do this, or you just code along with me. That would be the best option. Now here I'm saying open Google, so, and here we will just change this YouTube to google.com, and now it will open Google similarly as YouTube when I say open Google. Same if we say open Firebase, it should open firebase.com, right? Here I will add console, not Firebase. I will simply add Firebase console, that I like direct opening console because I don't want to press that go to console button again and again. Okay, now here in this Firebase thing, I want to tell you one thing, one important thing. Just go along with me. Okay, I'm just saving this page here and going to firebase.console.com. Let's go to firebase.com, and here I want to go to console, and that button should be somewhere here at the top. I think I need to make this bigger, and now if I click on go to console, it is gonna take me to the console, and it is just simply this URL which we actually need. And if I paste the same URL somewhere here, it is gonna open the console for us. Okay, now guys, you just need to paste this console URL right here, and this is gonna open Firebase for you. But exactly not, it is not going to open Firebase due to some changes, but what is that, I'm going to tell you. But before that, let me give you a badass tip, guys. I'm going to give you a very important tip in this video. You see, if I make this, you see this URL right at the top, just see here. Okay, at the top, I'm going to give you a tip. If you want to open Firebase with a different account, like here I have u/0, if I make it u/1/, then see it will open Firebase console for a different account. Now that is beautiful, right? Now if I say /2, it is gonna open Firebase console for a different account. Same thing you could do for something else also, if it is gonna include something like this. I think this should also be there for Gmail. Just test it out. Okay, just test it out, and that should be super awesome. Now that was a tip. I'm again making it 0 because that is my original mail ID, which I also use for YouTube also, right? Okay, fine. Now I'm closing this up. Now with this, I remember one thing. I got one idea, that when you are saying open Firebase, you can also do something like open my first account, open my second account, open my third account, open Firebase and select second account. Like this I can give a command, right? Let's do that. But let's keep this tab as it is, and I will do the another work here. Okay, now here let me make this browser window short again. Fine. Now here we have open Firebase. Let's test it out first without any chit chatting. Now we are start open Firebase. Now did you saw anything happen? Why it is not happening? Let me show you. my words transcript, okay, some error. Open Firebase. Okay, this was the error I was talking about. See this line where I am moving my cursor, this point, okay, there, my words open Firebase. So I spoke out open Firebase, and it took the word Firebase along with the space, and that is not what we want. So how can I do something else here? Okay, so you just copy this whole stuff, okay, enter a space and add 2 straight lines. I don't know what those signs are called. You can say or in JavaScript, okay, and I'm pasting that again, and here I am saying open space Firebase and something like this. Now this should definitely work. So that is what I wanted to tell you, that if your command is not taking the correct spelling, you can add even 2 spellings or maybe hundreds of spellings like this only, or and or and or and or and or. But actually Firebase, this is the spelling which always comes up, so and even you add this single one, that is okay. But I like adding both of them because it looks pretty much good and slick, so that is the reason I do that. Now this should work. See what happens. Open Firebase Friday.
Opening Firebase console.
Now guys, this was awesome. Now I'm going to teach you that how you can get to different accounts, which I talked just before a few minutes, right? So let's do that. Okay, copy this complete command. Copy the complete command. It is going to be something similar, but here I'm going to add a comment, Firebase with accounts feature. Okay, here I'm going to add something like this. I'm pasting the complete thing back again here, and now I'm not looking for this. Okay, I'm just having this now, and now here I'm saying and open if transcript includes open Firebase, and I will say something like, okay, I will say something like open my second account, okay, or maybe account 2 or account 3. I will talk like that, and I am saying account, not like this, it's like this. Okay, this is the correct spelling of account. And now if it also includes this, I want and here, the and operator. Now what does and operator means is that it should also include this along with this. Okay, now in or what happens, it should either include this or either both. It is okay, but in and what happens is this should included, this should also be included, so both of them has to be included at a single time. Okay, and now this two have the same option, but here after this URL we need to do some changes. For that, what we need to do is we need a separate algorithm, so that is good. Now here we have the URL, right? Let me copy that URL and paste it somewhere for our reference. So this is the URL and how it is going to look. Now what I am going to do is cut this URL right from here, Control X, and place it in backticks. I'm going to place it in template literals, and here I'm going to say /u / our account number. Let us say $, not and, it's $, and within here we are saying account or maybe ACC number. Now this is not bank account number, it is just our Gmail ID number or account ID. Let's say account ID, that should be best. And after this we are adding a simple slash. Now we have to get this account ID from our speech, right? We have to get the account ID from our speech. Now you can do a lengthy way, there is a shorter way also. For shorter way you need to create a small algorithm, and for the lengthy way, you can just use it, may be transcript dot includes account 1. Similarly you will copy paste everything, account 2, copy paste everything, account 3, like that. But our account actually starts from 0, right? So we will name it like account 0, account 2, account 1, account 2. We will name it like this. Now what I'm going to do actually is I'm going here, I am taking the transcript. Okay, I am saying let our ACC ID be equal to the transcript. Okay, now we have our transcript whatever we had talked, and at the end we will talk like account to. How I am going to use this command is open Firebase and open my account to. This is how I will speak out. Okay, so I took the transcript, and in this transcript I am going to do some changes. ACC ID dot split. Okay, ACT ID dot split, and here I am simply saying ACC ID is equal to ACC ID dot split. Now what happens here is this will split everything. Okay, this will split everything term by term. Okay, for letter by letter. Like if we have the word Firebase like this, it will make it F space F a different element, I a different element, R a different element, E a different element, like that. Okay, that is split. This is an array method. It will convert our transcript into an array. Now what I want is ACC ID and then the last element of it, ACC ID dot length minus 1. This is what I want. Okay, now before this I want to test something. Okay, hello Friday, how are you?
Hello, sir.
Okay guys, now did you notice here I spoke hello Friday, how are you? It automatically took a question mark or maybe a full stop it may take or something like that. And if I want the last number which I spoke out, I need to remove this question mark or something. So before that we need to do ACC ID dot pop, which will remove the last element for us, and then it is gonna give us the account ID. Okay, now after that we have to place this account ID here, and I hope this should work fine now. But before that, let us log the account ID also. Now here I will use template literals account ID equal to $, and here ACC ID. Fine, now this is pretty much good, and I hope that this works. Now guys, I have not done this before. When I showed you the glimpse, you can find that this piece of code is not there in the glimpse. Okay, I didn't talk about this particular thing in the glimpse episode, so I coded everything right now in front of you. Just I got an idea, and you see how easy it was. Okay, now let us try it. Now, I definitely don't know will it work or not, but let's try. Open Firebase and open account 2.
Opening Firebase console. Opening Firebase console.
No, I don't know. The account has not came out. Open Firebase and open account. I talked about open Firebase and open account 2, right? So what happened is, okay, I should not give a space here. So what actually happened when I gave the space is it formed an array from wherever the spaces are. So all the word fire, it didn't made it dismantled it letter by letter, it dismantled it due to the space. Okay, let's try it again. I'm closing this, all this, and now open Firebase and account 2.
Opening Firebase console. Opening Firebase console.
Now the account number is same and account ID become this. So we have 2 at the end, and what actually happened is, okay, at the end we need to change this, right? We need to make it ACC ID is equal to ACC ID this. Okay, now this should work. Now let me try that again. Open Firebase and open account 2.
Opening Firebase console.
Okay guys,
Opening
it changed
Firebase
my account.
console.
Guys, here use now let me show that to you with proof, guys. Okay, it did. Now it worked perfectly fine. Here you see account ID 2, and I'm just refreshing the page, or maybe cleaning the console. Now my initial account have a black icon, my black a black profile pic you may see on the top right side. Just keep on focusing. Now first of all we are saying Firebase, right? So first this will open, this will automatically open, and this will also open. Why? Because we are talking Firebase, and this also includes Firebase, and this also includes Firebase. If we just say open Firebase, then this thing is gonna launch, and if we say open Firebase along with this account, and then it is gonna open both of them at once. Now this is pretty much good. So what we are going to do now is remove this open Firebase, cause I will not be using this anywhere now from now, because I have given it a functionality to open a particular account, and now if I say account 0, it is gonna open my default account, right? That is particularly fine, right? Now that is good, guys. Now let's just try this again. I said you to focus on my profile pic, okay? Now it will open only once. Open Firebase account 0.
Opening Firebase console.
Now this should open my default account, which is, you see the black icon. Now see what happens. Open Firebase account 2.
Opening Firebase console.
Now you see the D icon here, guys. Now, oh my god, guys, I'm too happy. I coded something for real without coding in any time before, just in front of you guys while recording. Now this is the first time for me. I don't know if you have done this anywhere before, but it is first time for me, and it just worked very well. And now we have to do something similar for Google search also. Not exactly similar, something similar, and that is more important than this. How are we going to do that? Let me tell you. So first of all, let's just go to google.com, and here we need to do stuff. How to do that stuff? Just copy this URL first of all. Okay, I copied it, and here I am saying, okay, we have already done for google.com. I just forgot about that. And now I just want a function, like if someone says search for something, then it should not open Google, it will directly search within Google. How we are going to do that? Okay, let us say here, let me add a comment like Google search, and after this just see what I'm going to do. Let me give some spaces. Okay, here, if our transcript dot includes, if our transcript includes search for, if the transcript is including something called search for, what we need to do is, first of all, read out, here's your result. I have opened your result, and here's the result. Okay, you can even add sir, that would be nice, but for Google search I don't think that would be very much good, but here's the result, it's good for me. Okay, now let us say, let the input, let's say we have an input, let the input be transcript. Okay, transcript. Now again we have to do transcript dot split, and I am doing that in a single line here. I've split it. Okay, now after this transcript dot split, what we have to do is we have to splice this search for. We have to remove the search for from here. Okay, let me tell you what we are going to do now. First of all, let me log input now. Okay, just see what happens. Search for YouTube.
Here's the result.
So we got a result something like this: SEARCH space FOR space YOUTUBE, and like this. But this is not we want. This is absolutely not we want, guys. So what we are going to do is, we want to remove this search for, till search for we want to remove. How can we remove that? Just a simple array functionality again. It is called splice method. I'm doing input dot splice from index 0 remove till index 11. Okay, not maybe index 11, let's just count it once. It may be around 10. Okay, search EARCH. This is 6 words, and a space is 7, then 8, 9, 10. So this is 10, then this space is 11. So we have to exactly remove 11. Oh my god, I don't know how it went so good. Perfect number. Okay, I think I remember it right. Okay, now input dot splice, we have removed all this element, all this stuff. After this, I also want to remove this last full stop. How can I remove that? The same thing. After this, do input dot pop. This will remove this last full stop or maybe question mark, whatever it may be. Okay, after this we need to join the rest of the stuff. Okay, we are saying input dot join, but this is gonna be our last element, so I'm simply declaring it as a variable. Input is equal to input dot join. I'm joining all the letters now. After joining all the letters, what actually happens is, if there is a space between our YouTube word, let's say search for coding wallpapers, then there is a space, right? What then happens is it will also join along with the space, right? It will also join along with the space, right? Then what I want to do is, I again want to split it. Oh my god, what am I talking? I need to explain this to you after a bit. Before that, let us just try this out. Okay, now see what happens. Search for youtube.com.
Here's the result.
Now this is what we have searched for, right? app.js45, and this is line number 45, console log input. That is perfectly good. We got youtube.com, right? Now this is what we want. But how will I search for this on Google, bro? First tell me about that. I'm getting onto it. Just wait. Let us make everything big. Now here, let me first of all go to google.com. Right now I am here on google.com. After this, to get to a search, Google has something of its own, and we are going to use that. Now Google has something like /search, and if you want to search something, let me tell you, if you want to search something, you say a very big line of link comes up, right? A very big link comes up, some random number is there. Now if I show you by searching something, let's say the enthusiastic dev, let's say I search for this. Okay, spelling mistake, that is okay. Now you just see here how big link it is. Now what actually happens here is your device data is also added in this link. Now if you are sharing this URL to someone, then exactly the same results which you are getting, that particular guy will also get the same results. But now I'm going to tell you a way which will be different on different devices. What is it? First of all, let's go to google.com. Something similar but a different mode of thinking. Now I researched a lot for this, and I finally got a way to do this. After this, you need to say /search. After saying search, you need to say !q. Now q means query in terms, and q is equal to, let's say, an input. Now this input is our stuff. Okay, now this input has to be with plus signs. Okay, now if I am saying, let's say, b plus enthusiastic, and after this I again need to say dev, and here if I just enthusiastic, and now this is fine. Now if I hit enter, you see it will search for the enthusiastic dev. That is pretty much it. Now that is what we need to do. But bro, how we will get this plus sign in between? How am I going to get that? So that is what I'm going to explain now. Let's see. So I'm closing this browser tab. I'm making it small, keeping it on the right side, making it a bit bigger so that my console comes up. And if after this, after the dot join method, I again need to split it. Split from where? Split from spaces. Split from spaces. Wherever there is space, split right there. After that, you just do join again. Again join them. with a plus symbol in between. Now our input should be there with a plus sign. Let us test it out. Open Firebase. Okay, I need to say search for, I forgot about that. Okay, let me refresh. Search for hello world.
Here's the result.
Okay, some errors somewhere. This is splice. He's saying in app.js 44. Okay, splice. Okay, this is not splice, this is split. I just made a small mistake. Okay, now let's test out. Search for hello world.
Here's the result.
Now guys, see this, see the text I am highlighting, app.js 45 here. It is coming hello world with a plus sign in between, and that is what we wanted. And now we can do the stuff. Right? I'm just pressing Ctrl Shift T to get my last URL which I just typed in. And now here I can simply do window dot open, and in here I'm using template literals because I want to change this according to my input. And in here I'm saying a dollar sign, curly braces, and in here I'm passing in my input. And now this should search for the thing we are looking for. And now let's test it out. Search for YouTube.
Here's the result.
Guys, did you saw something? It is removing, you see just what happened. YouTube came up here and it is searching for, it has shown us the Google results of YouTube. If I say search for the enthusiastic dev.
Here's the result.
Now guys, here's my YouTube channel and you guys are watching it currently, and that is super awesome, right? This is the previous episode, this is the glimpse episode. Just watch it, you will enjoy, and just enjoy. Now this is pretty much good. Now guys, this is it for this video, but I have a very important homework for you. Now, something very similar we have done for Google can also be done for YouTube. Okay, something very similar to this can also be done for YouTube, guys. If I'm going to say play this, then it is gonna search in YouTube. Let me show you with proof. Give me a sec, just 1 second. Now just see, guys. Play the enthusiastic dev.
Playing the enthusiastic dev. Playing music.
Shut down.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
So guys, this was it. Now, as here I have given the search for keyword for searching for something in Google, I gave place for YouTube also, right? If I say something like play this thing, I said play the enthusiastic dev, it did not capture it very well. It just made some spelling mistakes because it may have not read English very well. Okay, let it be, I was just joking. Okay, now that is it. Now you can also do this, guys. I am just telling you, it is very much similar to the thing we did for Google here. Very much similar. You can just try it as a homework, right? This is, I know it is damn easy for you. You can easily do it within 2 minutes maybe, because just small changes you have to do and you are good to go. Now in this video, what we are going to do is we are going to set up weather first of all, that how we are going to get weather all around, and how are we going to get a statement. Like if I ask Friday what's the weather, it should give me all the weather in a statement and speak it out. Similarly, if I'm gonna say show me the full weather report, it is gonna show me that. Okay, so that stuff we are going to do, and after that we will also set up some important stuff I will talk about that in a few minutes. Why make it after a few minutes? Let me just tell it. So we are also going to do like in my first episode of this series, I showed you, right, that if I say open my Instagram profile, it takes us to the Instagram profile, and if I say open my GitHub profile, it takes us to the GitHub profile, and that data has to be stored somewhere, and that is what we are going to do in this episode. That will be the main focus, but we will start with the weather because I know it would be amazing. Okay, so first of all, let's set up weather, and here I will write weather setup, and I'll paste something here. Now this is something from one of my video. What is that video? Let me show that to you. Give me a second. Okay, now let me show that video I'm talking about here. If you go here like videos, you will find this video, weather app tutorial. I will also pin it up in the info tab. You can get this video right from there. Just watch it. It is very easy. Okay, I think I do have a source code for this in the description. Yeah, I do have the source code. You can just go to the source code, and if you don't want to waste your 1 hour, just go to the source code and see how I'm going to do that. So from this video, I'm just simply copying some code, and that is what I am doing here. Let me show that. So that is what I have pasted here. Okay, so first of all, we got an element. What is that element? Dot temp. So we have to create an element called temp in HTML. So let me start with HTML so that all the things are understandable very easily. So here I am in HTML, and here let me just uncomment this. Okay, I created a div called machine. Till here this is the machine closing div, and here in this machine we have a div called temp. In here we have all the temperature things we need. So first we have location, then we have country name, then we have weather temperature, weather description, weather icon, like images related to the weather. If it's rainy, it will show you a rainy icon like that. And O temperature, I don't know, O temperature, okay, it may be something here. Okay, it's maximum temperature or minimum temperature, O temperature, that is something for like, and this is a feel like temperature, min T, maximum temperature, and that is the stuff. Now we actually need to push the data into this div, and how we are going to do that? We are going to do that from JavaScript. So first of all, I have made that function here, and I selected this element temp, and I selected all the elements within this temp, simply all the elements, and now I can select each of the elements with an index, because all the elements are stored within this variable, and I can use like this weather element, because first index, I mean at index 0 we have this first location P, and in the first index 1 we have this country, in index 2 we have weather temperature, then weather description, like that. Okay, now that is what we have done here, and what we are going to do is we are using Ajax to get the response from this. Okay, let URL, this is the URL. You can copy the source code. I have my API ID. If you want to use, you can use, but it is better if you create your own. Okay, this is my API ID. You can also use this, and in this weather function we are passing in a location. So because this is gonna be completely a web app, so everything will be according to the user, nothing is hard coded, right? So we have the location given by the user here, and that location will be applied here. So we are creating a XML HTTP request here, then we are saying xhr.open get URL, this URL, which is this URL, this variable right up here, okay, which is true. Now here we say on load, when the xhr is load, and if status is equal to 200, get the data json.parse this dot response text. Now we got the data, and the data is stored into a variable called data itself, and then we are simply saying whether const first element, that is this P location, is dot text content is equal to, I use template literals because I want to add like this, first location and then add the data I want, then country, and then add the data we are getting. Okay, like that. Fine. Okay, let me just close this pop-up. Okay, fine. Okay, yes, and after this what we are going to do is we are going to just do that same thing for all the elements we are taking there, and you can just copy this from the source code I've given here and make some small changes. Okay, and fine. Now here we need to have a function ktc, because see, this data will come in Fahrenheit, I guess. Sorry, it will come in Kelvin, so we have to convert it into Celsius. So we have this function, just a simple formula application, and we are good to go. So this is also explained in the video I just showed you in my channel, so just watch it. Okay, fine. Now this is the complete setup. Now let's see what happens. Currently nothing will happen. If I save this index.html, you will get some space here because no data is there, so no data will come currently. And now nothing is default, no data is added, this weather function is not called yet. So what I'm going to do is calling the weather function, and here I will simply call that weather with let's say my location in strings. Okay, fine. Now if I save this, just see what happens. You are getting all the data required. You're also getting an icon. You can see if I make the background black, then you will be able to see everything fine. If I make the body color, let's say dark blue, then you will be okay, not color, it's background. If I make this blue, you should see this image, right? Like this, we have images for everything. Actually our whole page will be black, so it will be perfectly visible when we are going to actually style the complete CSS part. So this will be visible. For now I'm removing this piece of code. Fine, right? This much is fine. And now we actually need to set up that user information part. And how are we going to do that? So guys, now let's work with that user information part. So first of all, let's cover the HTML part, then we will move on to JavaScript. Okay, so first of all, let's create a div with a class Jarvis setup. Here will be the information we will pass. Okay, Jarvis setup, and I'm also adding another class so that it would be easy for me to style multiple elements if I want a same styling for different elements. Okay, I'm just saying in middle because I want this element to be completely in middle, so that is the reason I'm adding it this way. This is the shortcut, you can also use it. Okay, and here we want a simple form like structure. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to add a label with no for, and the label will be simply your name. And after this, just copy this because we want this multiple times. Your name, after this we have your bio, then your location, and then I think Instagram profile, Twitter, GitHub. And after this we just simply have a button with which I will add after a BR tag, and here I will simply add a button. In here I will simply say submit, and here let's give it an ID for further on styling. Let's say sub button, short form for submit button, right? And after these labels we want to add some input elements. Okay, so let's add an input text, that is it. Then we want a BR, simple. Copy this input text and then paste it here, then here. This is for I think Instagram profile, and then here we have it the same thing for some other thing, then Twitter, and then GitHub, I guess. Now this should be fine. If I save, everything should be good. And now here we have these elements on the right side in the browser screen. You can just simply see it. And now let's change this name, your bio, and after that we have your location, and after location we have I think Instagram profile, after that GitHub profile, I guess. So let me copy this profile, and here simply I will say GitHub profile, and here Twitter profile. I think I think I should keep this element after here. Control X and Control V, fine, and remove one BR from the bottom. And now this is completely done. This form part is done. Now actually we need to go with the JavaScript part. So guys, now let's move on to the JavaScript part. So here let's say speech recognition setup, not here. Let me just remove this Vishakhapatnam for now. Let me remove this weather function, and here I will simply say Jarvis setup. Okay. And first of all guys, let me tell you that we are going to use browser local storage to save the data by the user. And what is this local storage? Let me tell you in some simple words. Local storage, you can find it in any website. Let me show it for YouTube itself. Okay, youtube.com. Okay, let me just show that to you up here in YouTube. So if I press F12 so that this is the shortcut to open a console, and in this console I can show you some part. If I go to this application part in the console right up here, if I show you this one, if I click on it, you can go to the storage, and within the storage you can see some storage information. Then below here you will see local storage and session storage. Now here you will save some data. YouTube is saving this particular data in local storage. It uses this for login information and other part, and this is the session storage. Now what is session storage, what is local storage? Let us make a small discussion over it. So local storage is a kind of storage which is saved always. Even if you close the tab, even if you close the browser, local storage is always right there. Okay, like if I have an example, I have an example for you, let me show that an example. Okay, so what is that example is, let me just write it in here so that you could just see, not here in the JavaScript file. Just give me a second guys, so that I could explain everything better than the best. Okay, let's see here. So for example, I have a web page. Okay, let's say I have a web page, and within this web page I have user logged in, and this logged in information, logged in info, has to be stored in the local storage. And does it happen that when I close the browser and when I open the browser again, my logged in information goes out? No, right? I'm still logged in, and that part is done using local storage. Like even if I close the browser, this data is still there. But what is session storage? It just clears out. It's just a data for some time till I close the browser. As I close the browser, this thing just vanishes. The data is being cleared from session storage. But whereas local storage is saved. So that is what we are going to use now. Okay, so let us go up again. And here we have Jarvis setup, and here I will do one thing. In this local storage for this Friday, what I will do is I will create something and push data into that variable within the local storage. For that we need to do some coding, right? We need to add some code here. So what is that? Let's get started. So first of all, I will say an if condition. If I say local storage dot get item Jarvis setup, I will simply name it Jarvis setup later on. Okay, or you can name it anything, it's your choice. Jarvis setup. If that particular thing not equals to null, like it has some value. Like see, if the user have visited this Friday for the first time, that will be empty, right? There will be no information. Then I am just saying that if it has no information, show that information tab so that he could add his information. But if there is information, don't show this again. So that is the reason that information thing don't comes again and again, even if you open this web page which I have made again and again, right? Now I think you got it. Now here I am simply saying whether json.parse, not like this. Now here we just need a function. We are just simply calling this weather function so that it just gets all the information from our location which we have previously given in this data, right? So that part we will do in some time after setting this up, because nothing else is here, just that is the part we are going to do. Now let's do Jarvis information setup. And here what are we going to do? So first of all, let's create a variable through which we are selecting this index HTML form Jarvis setup. Okay, so here I will simply say const setup is equal to document dot query selector, and this is a class, so I'm simply saying Jarvis setup. Okay, and now we have a variable, and now after creating this variable, we initially what we have to do is we will say setup dot display, not simply display, style dot display, because we are styling it. Okay, style dot display is equal to none. Initially it is none. Okay, after this what we are going to do, we are saying after this line of code we are saying if local storage dot get item is equal to null, I mean if it is null, no data is there. I'm just copying this and pasting it in here. Here it was if not equals to null, if there is some data then call this function, if there is no data call this one. Okay, that is what we have to do, right? Now within this if condition we are simply saying setup dot style dot display is equal to flex, because I'm going to style it using flex, CSS flex, and setup dot query selector, the button within the setup. Okay, the button within the setup dot add event listener, add a click function to it, else don't add that click function, but if the data is not there on click, add a function to it. That is the function I'm going to create in a few seconds. I will name it user info, right? I will name it user info, that would be fine and good to go. Now let us create that user info function, and here I'm going to create that user info function. Let's say function user info, let's say a function user info, and here let's say we get the setup info. We are getting all the values the user submits within here, within this form here. Okay, that value first of all we have to get, and for that we are going to use some DOM properties in JavaScript. So first of all let's create a object variable. So setup information is equal to an object. Within the object we have name is equal to, not equal to, we have to use this symbol dot dot, I don't know what we call it, I think semicolon, I guess, but I'm not sure about that. Guys, if you know, just tell me in the comment section so that I would also know about that what we call that dot dot symbol. Okay, setup dot query selector. After this what we have to do, setup dot query selector all elements. We are selecting each of the inputs right in there, all inputs, and from there we are selecting the first input. Okay, and we are getting its value. This is what we have to do for multiple times to get all the data. So I am just copying it. After this I will put a comma and then go to the next line. We want the bio, and bio is again equal to the same thing, but this time the index will change to 1. Okay, fine. And after this let's get the location part, again paste, and then we have our Instagram, and after this we have Instagramma, it became Instagramma. Okay, and after this we have Twitter and GitHub, right? So let me simply put for Twitter, and then we have GitHub, right? Okay, fine. Now here we just need to make this one 2 and the next one 3 and then the next one 4 and then this last one as 5, because we have a total of 6 input elements, right? And indexes start from 0 in, so it's 0 1 2 3 4 5, a total of 6. Fine, now we have this variable. So now whenever I click on the submit button, we do have there user info is not defined. He's saying user info is not defined. Okay, here it should be I. Now that error should go, and fine. Okay, now here I should have some buttons and other stuff. As I made its display flex, I need to change that. For now, we will, when we later on style it, we will make it flex. Okay, for now let me just make it block so that it is in its default view, because we have not added any style now. So now when I add the data and click on submit, what is going to happen is we will get all this data and save it into the local storage. Okay, I will show you with proof, just don't worry, because I haven't added this data to local storage yet. We have to add it. So now let's create a testing array. Now why are we creating this testing array? Okay, give me a second. Okay, let's create a test arr variable, which is an array. Now why are we creating this array? So when the user is going to fill this form, if all the data is empty, if any of the data is empty, this submit button will not work, and what will happen is it will give us peek out. Okay, our Friday or Jarvis will say that fill the complete information. That is why we are going to use this test array, and I am going to push each of the elements in here. Okay, so here I am going to do setup dot query selector all, select all the inputs which we did previously, select all the inputs, and dot for each input, for each of the input, what you need to do is get the element, and I am using arrow property, arrow function here, and for each test array, not test, it's test array dot push each of the element, dot value. So this is what we actually need to push here. Okay, so now this data is actually pushed, and we are pushing all the test array. Now we can use some if conditions to do the work I just explained you right now. So here we are saying if this test array includes an empty array, I mean empty string, that if there is no information it will show you an empty string, right? So that is what it is, empty string. Now if it has an empty string, either one of them is empty string, read out. Okay, I'm simply saying read out what? You have to read out sir, enter your complete information, or anything of your choice. I simply say sir, enter your complete information. So guys, what if the user is a girl or a woman? We have to use ma'am, right? So you can do that on your own. You can also take here information, gender, male or female, and change all these using template literals. Like define a variable. When the user adds this information, define a variable and take that value into that variable, and use template literals here and add them within those curly braces. Okay, and this will use whatever she has selected or he has selected, the user I am talking about. Okay, fine. And after this, what we are going to do is we are saying else, and in this else function we are simply saying local storage dot clear. If there is some data initially, previously if there is some data, clear that, because sometimes it may happen that you have entered some wrong data and made submit. So later on you can also change that data. So for that, first of all we have to clear all that old data, and then we have to set an item. So how are we going to do that? Local storage dot set item. So guys, I will add some Google Docs. I have them, I think it's from MDN. I will link those docs in the description below about local storage. You can just have a read out. So local storage is very important if you are working on real-time projects or any projects. It is very important. Almost most of the websites almost all the websites use local storage, not static. Some web apps and other stuff definitely use local storage, so you need to master local storage. Okay, you can use this in React anywhere. That is super awesome. So local storage dot set item, we have to set up something called Jarvis setup. Okay, Jarvis setup, and within this we are adding the data JSON dot stringify setup info. Now this object will be added as a string. Okay, will be added as a string or array, you can say. I will show you how it will get added, just give me a few minutes. And when I click on submit, again make this setup dot style dot display to none, I mean hide it. So when we are making it none, simply hide it. And after this we are just again logging out that, calling that weather function, so that the data refreshes and gives us the accurate data after, if we are changing the location or something. So in this weather function I'm simply getting the JSON dot parse. We will get parse, we have to parse some data we are getting from the local storage. And what we have to parse? Local storage dot get item Jarvis setup. Not like this, we have to add that within strings. Okay, Jarvis setup. Now it is fine. So here from this I want to get the location, and I want to parse the location into here, and now this function is complete. Okay, and this is what we need to do. Now this function is actually complete, so that I could show you the stuff. Now there is no information, so this form is coming, but when there is some information it will not come. Let me show you with proof. So just keep on watching this browser window. Okay, let me make the console a bit bigger. Okay, fine. I'm going to this application tab and the local storage. Okay, now here we have some data. Now just see here this key tag, the key column and value column. I'm adding some data here. Let me say Ashish Nallana. In bio I am saying I am a web dev. Location Visakha Patnam, and Instagram profile the enthusiastic dev, and here Twitter profile it's Ashish Nallana. And same thing with GitHub, I do have the same name in most of my accounts. And if I click on submit, just see what will happen. Let me make this also a bit bigger. So now when I click on submit, just see what will happen here. Now did you saw this? When I clicked on submit, this thing went away. What happened with this? This thing simply went away, and here we have Jarvis setup, within which we have this data. Name Ashish Nallana, bio this, you can see that perfectly here. Bio, I am a web dev, GitHub Ashish Nallana, Instagram the enthusiastic dev, location Vishakhapatnam, name this, and whatever we entered right here. Now guys, isn't that cool? Cool, right? And see, here is some error. That is the reason our weather function doesn't work. Unexpected taken you in JSON parse, some syntax error here. Okay, I think we have to have another bracket here. No, just give me a second, guys. No, it is fine, but it is showing some error. Okay, let me just refresh, and that we will fix in a few minutes, because I need to see where that error is coming. We'll fix it automatically. We will clear that while coding some other stuff. Okay, just remember one thing: whenever you get bugs, list them down on some notepad or somewhere and keep it in front of you and code the next part. If you are coding that next part, suddenly that bug where you made a mistake will come into your mind and you will automatically fix it. But if you forget that I had a bug, it will just stay on right there and you will just forget to code it. So just make a notepad and keep it on your screen, or write it on a notebook and keep it beside you. So now here if you see, I am refreshing, but that local storage part is not coming. But when I do local storage dot clear, now if I refresh, you see that data comes up. Again, I am just adding some random data here, not any in location. I had to enter some data, and here I am simply adding some random data, and now you see again that thing is gone, and now that data will not come again. Fine, right? So guys, now what we have to do is we actually need done most of the part. Now we can actually create our open my Instagram profile, open this profile part. We can actually work on that. And to work on that, actually I need to give correct information, else it will show error, right? So again, I am doing local storage dot clear here and clearing the data, and now it is fine. Now in the name, I'm adding Ashish Nallana, bio to be empty, and in location I will simply add Visakha, Patnam or maybe London. It's okay. It's okay to have that. Here I have the enthusiastic, dev, and here I have Ashish Nallana, and the same thing up here, and if I submit it, it is good to go. Actually, we are good to go. Let me make it small, make this guy small, and let's code again. I think the console has been hidden. Okay, now I can have it here. And fine. Okay, so let's create commands to get this data. Currently I am just simply removing this function from here because it is coming right from there, I guess. Okay, I am removing this function. Okay, I'm saving the page, and we are fine now. So what I'm going to do now is I will give some commands like open my Instagram profile. I will do it for GitHub, and you can similarly do it for Twitter and other stuff. Okay, as you want. You can add anything as you want. So I'm just going to do this stuff which I just talked for GitHub. So let me go here, and after this I will add that part. I will add GitHub commands, and here I will code for that. Okay, so I am adding an if condition. I'm saying if transcript dot includes open GitHub, then simply, okay, some error, I had to add those curly braces here. Open GitHub, then just simply read out opening GitHub sir, and then simply do window.open github.com. So I need to get the URL. Copy this, copy all of this, and paste it here. Okay, similarly, if transcript includes open my GitHub profile, okay, if it has open my GitHub profile, then opening your GitHub profile should be the speak out. Opening your GitHub profile, so, and then we have window.opengithub.com, and now here we need to use template literals, guys, and I'm using backticks for that, and I'm pasting this stuff. Now here actually we're gonna do and operator. We're gonna use something like this, and here what we are going to do is we will simply do we have to do this again and again, right? Let me tell you a shortcut. Again, we have to do the same thing. JSON.parse local storage.get item.instagram, yeah, .github, like that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to store that within a variable, let's say user data or something, and from that user data variable I will access that information, because we have to do the same thing for what, we have to do the same thing for Instagram, for GitHub, for this, for that, and that is the reason I'm doing this. So in the top, let me just say in on result and top of here, let me just simply say let user data be equal to local storage dot get item. So local storage dot get item, and in this get item I am simply saying get what, get that Jarvis setup. Okay, get the Jarvis setup, and here we got this element, right? And what we are going to do here we are simply saying json dot parse what we need to parse, user data, right? json dot parse user data dot information, I mean Instagram. Now this should work. github.com slash, sorry, not Instagram, it's GitHub, because we are working for GitHub, right? GitHub. So this is for GitHub. So json.parse user data GitHub, this is what we have to do. Okay, now let's test it out. I'm clicking on VR start and I will say open my GitHub profile. Hello. Okay, some error, voice recognition is not being active here, so I need to change some piece of code. I think this is due to Google Chrome. Let's see that in Edge. Okay, let me open Microsoft Edge and let's test it out on Edge. So let me just copy this URL from here and I will paste that same thing on Edge, and we can just simply test it out. Okay, I'm pasting it. Okay guys, just give me a second. Okay, fine, the recording is going on, and now I'm just simply pressing enter, and now you see the data. Now just see what happens when I click on VR start. Let me make everything big, a bit bigger, and let me just add the information because I cleared it even from Edge. So I'm just say we are just doing for GitHub profile, so I'll make all the else things to be null, and I'll simply add my information on GitHub and submit. So guys, now let's test it out that whether it is opening GitHub and GitHub profile or not. So if I click on VR start, open GitHub.
Opening GitHub, sir.
So yeah, now it is opening GitHub for us. And if I again do Good Friday and say open my GitHub profile.
Opening your GitHub profile, sir.
Okay, so guys, do you see there is some error right up here? Right, we have an error. So what is it? We have to take a look upon that. So okay, I got the error. So here we have .github inside here. We should not have it in there. We should have it after that, like out of the bracket. Okay, and now if I save it up and if I again do open my GitHub profile,
opening your GitHub profile, sir.
and now you see it adds my name, which the information I gave it at the side of this URL, right? And it opens that particular URL up to us, and this is something awesome. And now you can say you can do the same thing for Instagram or any social media accounts you want, for Twitter, for Instagram, and you can also use for, if you have a command what is my name, if you say that, it will respond you by doing something similar. json.parse user data .name you will do, and like that, and you can add multiple data here. That is completely your choice. Okay, now this is it. After this, what we have is we have an error, right, previously for local storage weather function, and we also need to fix that, right? So I think something similar should have to be done here, and yeah, now it is perfectly all right. We have to take this dot location from here, and we had to place it after a bracket, and now I guess it should work perfectly fine. And if I just clear the local storage once here, so local storage dot clear, and then if I refresh, you see we get the information tab again. And now let me just enter some random information everywhere, and in location I will give some random location, so let's say London. And now if I hit submit, there the weather should come. Let's see what happens. And yeah, the weather information is right there. Previously it was not coming because we had an error right here. Yes, so now we have fixed that. So in this video we have covered what? We have made this weather functionality using Ajax and other stuff, and then we have also given it some setup, like where we will store the information, where we will do the other stuff. So after, in the next video, what we are going to do is we will give commands. If I say what are your commands, then it will give you a list of commands. So that part is gonna include HTML and CSS a lot. So we will design the complete HTML and CSS in the next part. And what else we will do is we will say that what are your commands. It will give you a list of commands that what it can follow. You can add that randomly. Just think about it, that how can we do it. And if you have already done it before the next video comes, awesome guys, you are really awesome. But if not, don't worry, you're still in learning stage and we are going to build it. No worries about that. And that is it for this video guys. So in this video we are going to start the styling part. That is, we are going to create multiple components and we are going to style it just like this site. Here we have this timer, this charging indicator, this thing styled perfectly fine, this cool Iron Man, and this setup. And here a section where it shows whether we are online or offline, that part. Good. Now let's get started without any further ado. Okay, so I may do some things a bit similar or maybe a bit dissimilar, because the values may change for padding and all of this stuff. So just adjust for that, and at the end I will modify it when the video is completely over. And by the next video or when I provide you the source code in the last episode, I will simply just make everything fine and then I will give you the source code. Okay, so no worries about that. But for in this video, the values may be a bit dissimilar or the styling may be a bit dissimilar, I mean different from this. Okay, so let's get started. Now if you don't know, in the glimpse video I didn't show you, there was nothing like this, but later on I added this. Why? Because see, in some browsers the voice recognition was not automatically starting due to their security reasons. But if you click on this button, you can see start Friday, a title is coming, and if you click on this, the voice recognition will automatically start, and that is it. Fine. So now let's get started without any further ado. Let me make this small to the right side and this thing here, and let's start with index.html. okay, fine. So here I am on my index.html page, and here we are going to start styling. So first of all, let's create the clock container which we have right here. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I will create a div dot clock dot cont. Now I'm adding two names here, one for clock and one may be cont, because I think that I may use this cont for different components to style similarly. So I can just select this one thing and I can style all those divs which are named with this cont, right? So that is the reason I added two classes for my safety further. And here we need an image, and let's get the source of that image. I do have copied the images somewhere. So here you can see the clock icon is here. Let me just copy it, and if I just paste that here, the icon will be with us. Right now if I save this, you should see the icon, and here it is, not style. That is the reason it is very big. Now let's just style it, and after that we can let's just add all the components, then we can style it with relief. Okay, so now we need something to show the time. So I'm adding a p with an id, I mean paragraph tag with an id of time, in which in this thing we will add our time. Okay, after this we need an internet container. So here also I am doing something similar, div dot internet dot cont or container, and in here we have another image with no alt. So I'm just simply removing this alt tag, And you can add the alt tag, guys, it's your choice. I don't actually want, because this is a tutorial, I just have to teach you, and you can just do that, right? No worries about that. And here we have this internet icon. Let me just copy this and paste it right here in this source. Fine. And here also we have a hashtag, I mean ID internet, and this is what we have. After this, I think we should have the battery container, right? We should have it, which was there in this center. Here we have to style that, right? So we do div dot battery dot cont. Now guys, before continuing, I want to tell you that in this video you are going to learn a lot more stuff. You are going to learn that how you actually can get time running second by second. Then you are going to know that how you can actually get this, how you can use JavaScript to know whether the machine is online or offline, is it connected to internet or not, and you can see your battery percentage and its status, whether it is charging or not. So guys, now you just see that my charging is going off and going on due to some issues. Leave that aside, but you can see this charging is updating as my charging is turning off. You can just see this icon as it is turning off within 2 or 5 seconds, I guess it is removing this, but when it is again charging, it is just coming up, right? Now that is something what we are going to do. And this is the battery count, so we need to have an image, battery image, which we have right here. Battery image is this one. So I copied it. Let me just paste that here, and let's remove this alt tag, I mean attribute, and let's have a text p with an id of, let's say, battery. Fine. Now we save this part, and you see we have these images. Good. Now let's just style these images, but before that I think we should have some more images that we have. So let's add them after the temperature setup, right here. So I want to add something to make my Jarvis look or Friday look better, because here we have this Iron Man, this cool stuff which makes it look a good bit better. So I'm going to add those two images. So img times 2, which give me 2 img tags, and I just don't want this alt text. You can add these on your own, okay? And I hope you know what alt tag does, or if you don't know, no worries, let me explain it. If the image by chance due to poor connectivity or something doesn't load, so that alt text will come into picture, okay? Like if I show you an example, let me go to the first one, let me make one G and cause an error, and you should see this, right? We don't have an alt, so this comes. If I have an alt, what actually happens is, this should be good, okay, high text will come there. Now you see high text came, but if there is no error, that high text will not come. Let me save it. You see high text will not come now, and now I'm just removing this high text. Okay, fine. Now let's just add two sources here. One is Iron Man image, that is this one. These are not actually images, they are GIFs, which just keeps on like a video, okay? And here we have this. If you want some other images other than these, you can search in Google for Iron Man GIFs, Iron Man rotating GIFs, like that, and you will get them. And now these images should come, and they are there. So to make these images perfect, that is the reason I made the whole background black, because they are not transparent. So if I made a background of different color, it will be looking a bit ugly. So I made everything black, and it looks pretty awesome in black also, right? Okay, fine. And after this, we need to have the most important part. And what is it? Two divs where we have our messages, the messages which Jarvis gave us and the messages which we are giving Jarvis, the chat system, you can say. And now actually I don't need this button, but if I say I also need them for now for testing purposes, so I'm just simply commenting them or let them be, because if I remove them they will cause errors. in JavaScript that this particular element is not found. So let them be, we will remove them with peace. And now let me just copy this images link and let's just add this image somewhere. But before that, let's create this chat section. So I am creating that just in before these buttons, and let me just say div.messages. This is one div. After this, we have to have the other one, that is the commands. What are these commands? The thing which I say, I showed you in that, right? What are your commands, and it is going to give you a list of commands. That part is going to come in here. Okay, so it's going to be commands dot in middle. Remember, we are using this class twice, one here and one here. So now this will help us in styling, right? Pretty good. Now we have that image, that start Jarvis button somewhere in between. Okay, so let's just add that before this Jarvis setup in middle. So I'll create a div dot, let's say let's give it an ID because it's a single element. So let's say start Jarvis or Friday button, whatever, it doesn't care. I doesn't care. Okay, it's something. Now it is fine. Now let's add that image simply in here with the source it has, and let's remove this alt tag. Fine. Or let me just add an alt tag because this is an important button. So start Jarvis. Okay, let's give this div a title so that if I hover over there, it shows me some stuff, right? So actually here, not there, here. So I will give the links to all these images in the description down below. If you want, you can collect them right from there. Okay, so let me just say title is equal to start Jarvis or Friday. Let me just say Friday. Fine. Now when I hover over it, you see start Friday here. Fine. Good. Now the HTML part is done. Now let's go with CSS, which is very important to make this beautiful. So I think I have already linked CSS, and let's get started now. So first of all, let's open our style sheet. Here we have it. I've already linked it, so no issues. So I need some different text here. Now this is not a default text, you actually need to import it. So for that, let's go to fonts.google.com, and from here you can get different kinds of fonts, guys, pretty good fonts. Okay, so I want Poppins. I search for it, you get this text, click on it, and you can just select different styles from here. I am selecting any random styling from here. Let me make it big. Okay, I selected this one. Let's select this one, this one, this one, this one, and now these texts are gonna apply automatically on depending on the elements and the font width, font size depending on that. If you give the font weight this much, it will come like this, and that is the reason. Okay, this thing's automatically set up, everything comes up into this link, and which is almost perfect. And now I selected some styles, I don't know, I selected anything randomly, and you can actually do two things here. There are two methods to actually add this link to your one. You can copy this link tag and paste it in the HTML here, and the another one is go to the import section and you will get a URL till here, import URL, copy that and paste it in your CSS. That is better, right? So I usually do it in CSS, so I just copied it. I go to style.css, let me just paste it, and we have imported a file, and you can see at the import URL, it imported some stuff. Now we can get started with our styling, and let's just make this smaller here. Fine, and I saved it. Now let's just do some basic styling for each of the elements. First one is make margin 0 for everything, and then padding also 0 for everything, and not padding inline, and it's actually padding. Okay, so after this we're gonna say box sizing of border box. Now see just what happens when I save it. Now all the unnecessary padding margins are gone, right? Fine. After this, we are going to make the color white of for everything, because we are going to make the background black, I mean. And let's just make the position fixed for everything, because they are going to be random directions. Guys, right now I am telling you that this website is not going to be responsive, because almost most of its functions are not going to work on a mobile device, and hence I'm not at all making it for mobile. But if you want, you have responsiveness tutorials on my channel. You can just visit multiple projects, and all my other projects are completely responsive. But I'm not going to make this one because it's just time waste, not usable on mobile, right? So if I just do this, see what happens. Some stuff is being hidden because of this images, because they are like that, because they have a dark background and stuff like that. That is the reason. Now after this, we are going to add position fixed, because I'm going to align them like this goes to the top left, this goes to the top center, this goes to the top right, this is going to be the bottom right, this is going to be the bottom left, this one bottom center, this one somewhere in the middle, like that I'm going to style. So that is the reason I'm giving just fixed. If I scroll, do anything, this is not going to be scrolled. Okay, and now here I'm going to give the font family, which we just added using fonts.google.com, which is Poppins. Now make sure that this first letter is capital. Okay, not here, actually this one. And after this, don't forget to add some other basic or default fonts, because what if this doesn't loads up, what if the user's internet connection is slow, then those particular fonts will load, right? So I'm just adding this because it just comes with multiple options. VS Code gives me that suggestion, and I usually add this. And now if I save, it is good. Now we have sans serif at the end, which must be there in a browser. So if any of these fonts doesn't exist, this thing will simply take place. Okay, fine. After this, let's just style each of the buttons. So button color, I'm going to give black, and within this button I'm going to say from top each button should be 50%, and from left each button should be 50%. Just see here. Now these buttons are here. Okay, speak out. Actually we don't need these buttons, so I'm going to comment them out. But as I comment them, they are going to be, now you see, if I scroll even, these things are not getting scrolled. I'm not able to scroll at all. So that is the reason I made this fixed, because what to do with scrolling here, right? Nothing to do. So that is it. Now these buttons are in the center according to our styling, and then we have this label, that is the styling for the form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide whatever I just added, so that we could style that form part first. Okay, I'm just going to comment them, nothing else than that. And this one also. Fine. If I save it, this is fine. Now you see the buttons in the center. If I refresh once and close the console, because we are doing the styling part. Okay, now we have these buttons. Fine. I think something happened. Okay, yes. Now you may be wondering that why these buttons, the other buttons are not there. Like here we had 3 buttons, right? Yeah, we had 3 buttons, but there is only one. Why so? And you see that the last button is there, the previous 2 buttons are not there. That is because the other 2 buttons are just behind it. Yes, they are just behind it. That CSS magic. Okay, we made the position fixed, right? That is the reason it is happening so. And then let's just do label, and each of the labels are these tags which we added in the form. These are the label tags, and here what we are going to do is just give them a random color. Let's say something slight of black, RGB. Let's give 163,0,0, fine. And let's just make them text aligned somewhere, so that they just don't occur anywhere. So I'm just going to say text aligned to the left. This may be changed later on depending on the styling. Let's see. Okay, and after this let's style that input element. First of all, the color whatever we enter should be black, not black, it's black. Okay, after this we have it should not have any outline. Let me save it, then you will see the stuff. Now actually to do this, to style them, I need what? I actually need to remove local storage, because if I don't remove it, those elements are not gonna come. And now if I refresh, they are here, right? Position is fixed, that is the reason they are in the left. We will style it, don't worry. Or let me just do this much for now, and now it is good, right? Just one thing to change the complete thing, and now you see the fonts, how cool they are looking, right? I like pop-ins actually. Fine, now color black, and then if I click on something, you see that dark outline comes up. I don't want that. I'm going to do outline none, save, and then I'm going to remove the borders also. Now if I click, you see that outline doesn't comes, and I'm gonna say border to be none, and when I do this, now they are not at all visible. Now fine, and I'm going to give a border bottom so that it gives a feel that yeah, these are here. Okay, so I'm just saying border bottom of 3 pixels, solid black, and now you see these elements here. Let's give a width to each of them, width of let's say 60 view width. Okay, fine. Now we have this submit button. Let's just style that hashtag sub btn, and here we have a background color of red. Let's just save it, and we have a red background. Now there's something similar I'm going to do, color white, and then width, some fixed width of 80 pixels, and then I'm going to add what? I'm going to say padding of 10 pixels, and let's say 5 pixels, not ps, it's 5 pixels. Fine, after this I'm going to say the same thing, that is outline none, not this, it's none, and then border of none, because I don't want any border. Still it has a different background color, so that is the reason it will normally be different from its background and other stuff, so we actually don't need a border. And then I'm going to just give a border radius of let's say 10 pixels to give some rounded corners, and it has some rounded corners now. Now guys, it is pretty much good. And now what we can do is we can style that machine part. What is machine? All these elements we have in there. Okay, I'm just going to here, and then we can select dot machine. Okay, in this dot machine I'm simply saying background color to let's say black, and after this I'm going to give it a height of 100 view height. It is gonna cover the complete height, 100 view heights, and then I'm going to give it a width, that is 100 view width. Take the complete width and height, that is what I'm going to say it, and then I'm just saying user select null. User select none, what does this do? You cannot select any text or something now. Here you can select because these are out of that machine, but if you have anything in the machine, you are not going to select. You will not be able to select anything. Let me show with an example. Okay, no worries. Okay, let me add some random text here. Now you see this text, I'm not able to copy it. I'm actually copying it but not able to. But when I remove this stuff, just see what will happen. Now I can copy it, simple. And now I'm just simply removing this and making it normal. Fine. Now this is machine, and what I'm going to do with the elements inside machine, I have right now have commented them, but I'm going to actually use them now after a few minutes. So I'm just saying machine, all elements within machine do what is all make their position absolute. Okay, make their position absolute, and now everything will be absolute in there. These are not in machine, so that is the reason they are different. Okay, position absolute. Now I'm going to select each of the images which are just here, so I'm just going to uncomment each of them, and let's just do this much. Let us save it. Now you see, now these are the images and other stuff. Let's just style them. Just see what happens now. This happens, but when I do, because all these images are inside the machine div, so this happens. Okay, now let's just start. This is the heart, so I think I gave it an ID heart only. It should be at the bottom here. Okay, I didn't give any IDs to these images, that is what I left. So this should have an ID of Iron Man, ID of, let's say, Iron Man, and the next image should have an ID of, let's say, heart, so that actually we could style them. That is the only thing. Okay, I'm again going to style, and here I am saying hashtag heart to place them one by one here and there. So this image should be in the bottom what I said, bottom 0 and left 0. Now just see, it goes to the bottom left, and now we are going to style them one by one, don't worry. Bottom left. Then we are going to style the Iron Man image. This should be in bottom 0 but right 0, so it goes here. Fine. And then we are going to style the time part. Let's just give it a color of white because the background is black, and then I'm going to do top of 10 pixels, and then let's just, from left it should be somewhere around 10 pixels, right? Somewhere around 10 pixels from the left. Fine. Now in this time we have some other images and stuff which we will be styling in a few minutes. Okay, but before that I just want to style this part because it is going like this. So I just want to change that part. I think this is due to this guy. If I save, now everything is good. Okay, fine. After this time, what I am going to do is I am going to select that in middle div. Okay, dot in middle, I am going to say in middle. Okay, now I am just saying from top be 50% and from left be 50%. Not percent 50, it's 50%. Okay, if I see what happens, just see. Right now they are not in the center, but we have to make them in center. So what we can do is this is a trick, guys. First make its position absolute or fixed, then make it from top 50%, from left 50%, then add a transform property and translate of minus 50% comma minus 50%. Now they will be in the center. Why not? Why are they not in the center? Okay, I need to check something. Just give me a second. Okay, that is because we gave some width to these input elements and we actually shouldn't give them any width. Okay, let's just comment them out. Where is that input element? For now I am removing it. We will style it accordingly when needed. Okay, fine. Now this is in middle and we have a lot of stuff to style here. So here I am going to add a background color of white, and after that I am going to give it a padding of let's say 50 pixels, and then I'm going to give it a border radius of let's say 10 pixels to make it fine. And okay, fine. And here what I am going to do is up here after border radius, let's make its display flex. okay, to align them perfectly. And then I'm going to say justify content at the center, take everything to the center, and then flex direction column wise, not row wise. Default is row and we have to convert it into column to make everything fine. Okay, now I want this thing to be on top of everything. Whatever is behind it, just be on top of everything. So I'm just going to give it a z index of 10,000. Okay, and let's give it an align items of center. So now there are some changes need to be done here, because there is some part in there. So let's just change each of the stuff with. And now let's just give this guy a bit of width. Let's say 80 view width, and then I'm going to give it an height of 70 view heights, and it is scrollable, so I'm giving it overflow. If the window height is small, then I'm just giving it a overflow y of scroll, and I will hide rest of the stuff. Is there anything now? I actually need to see this stuff. Okay, I think something happened right here after adding these stuff. Okay, it is as so. Okay, I think. Okay, we have to style some other stuffs also to actually make this perfectly fine. Okay, this much is good. Now we need to style some other stuff also. What I'm going to do is dot in middle the same div. I'm going to style the scroll bar actually. So we have something called webkit scroll bar. Webkit not underscore, there should be a dash scroll bar, and within the scroll bar I'm just simply saying display block, don't show it. Okay, and then I'm going to say that track should be visible but the scroll bar should not be visible. Okay, I'm copying this, it is going to be something similar, copying this, and here after scroll back I'm going to say track, and here in track I'm going to say let's give it a border radius to the track of 10 pixels. I'm going to say fine, and after this we are going to have the thumb, the scroll bar thumb, the one which we uses to scroll, that is the scroll bar thumb, and this should have a background of red, not red, background of red. Let's just make it color, and after this I'm going to say border radius of 10 pixels again. Fine. Now this thing looks fine, right? This div looks fine. Now guys, for now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this for a few minutes. I see there is something hidden, but we will style it in a few minutes. Do not worry about that. I just commented this in middle, but still we have that white part. Okay, so I get it. This in middle is covering the previous in middle, so I'm just commenting out this one. There is no issues with this guy. The main issues were with that guys. Okay, now you see the elements. That is why I was tense that what happened. This is the error, I think not an error, but this thing was covering that guy because both have the same class. Okay, now you get it. I also get it now. Okay, now let's just style those icons, right? So let me just enter some random information of null to just hide it. Fine. Now let's just style these icons guys, but to style them at once I need to give them a class. So let's just give them a class of icon. So I'm just saying class equal to icon. Okay, now I'm going to copy this stuff from here. Okay, I copied that. I'm going to paste that here one, and then here one. Any other icons or stuff? No more icons. These are the three icons we are going to have. Fine. Now let's just style them up. Dot icon, and I'm just going to give it a height of 50 pixels, each one a height of 50 pixels, and then each one a width of 50 pixels. And then what I'm going to do is let's just give it an object fit cover. However you are, just cover according to that size. Okay, let's give them a padding of 3 pixels, and here I'm going to say let's just give them a background color of white, so that they should have something kind of a border, so that they are looking perfectly fine to us. And then just give them a border radius, so that that border also is curved. Okay, border radius 50%, it is circular. And now these icons should be somewhere hidden in behind this or something. So let's try hiding this guy. Okay, you see these icons on the left side, their position is fixed, so we need to style each one of them one by one to make them actually visible. But before that I want to select style some different stuff, the cont one. So let me just find that cont div. Where do I have? Okay, so we have these divs, right, each one of this, so we are going to style them one by one. Fine. So now let's just select them. Dot cont. In this I'm going to say, for each of the element in the cont, for each of the element in there, make their position absolute. Okay, now they are absolute. After this I'm going to say dot cont, the dot cont container, I'm going to add something like from top each one should be 10 pixels, and their display should be flex, like row wise, because we want them to align like this, right, with the pure clean text, and beside that we should have the icon like that, and align items at the center. And then we are going to have the justify content as space around. Fine. Now let's just select each one of them. So I'm just going to select the battery one first of all, the battery one, and within this battery one what I'm going to do is left 50%, be at the center, that is the reason left 50%. Its width I'm fixing it to be 100 pixels, and then let's just do transform translate x of minus 50%. We did the same stuff just before a few minutes. Now you see the battery icon is in center. Cool, right? Fine. Now what I am going to do is, after this let's just select that clock one. Clock one should be on the where it is, but we have to give it some width. So I'm just selecting dot clock and just simply giving it some width, so that we could add that text there. It should be 150 pixels, because there should be a width to actually add this text right here. Okay, and what I'm going to do next is I'm just going to select this internet symbol. So dot internet, and here I'm going to say top of 100 pixels, and then from left be 5 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to give them a width of 120 pixels maybe. This should be fine, and yep, I guess. Okay guys, now we need to select each of the elements within the in middle section, where I think I just commented it out. Okay, I just hided these elements, right? So we have to style them much more, so I need to do some changes there. But before that, let's just select this stuff, that is this temperature stuff, to style them. Okay, so guys, I think I missed one thing. I forgot to add comments here, but if you are okay with this, or then it's okay. But if you have any issues with my styling, like I forgot to add the comments here about styling, that what is the styling for which part, if you want them, just let me know in the comments below, I will add them. But if you are okay with this, then no problems. Without comments, if you are okay, then no problem, let it be, because at the end I'm going to give this code only to you, not any pre-coded one. This code I will give you at the end, so that is the reason I'm just asking you. Okay, fine, just let me know in the comments. That is it, nothing else than that. Then we have dot internet, but before this I'm going to select the temp which I talked about, the temperature div. Okay, from top be 10 pixels, and then from right be 10 pixels, and after that you be text aligned to the right, everything should be aligned to the right, and then font size to be smaller, not small, it should be smaller, small than the smallest, small, yes, small than the small. Okay, fine. And now I'm going to select the stamp again and on all the elements within the stamp, and I'm going to say position be static. I mean, position static is the default value. What is the default value of position in CSS? If someone asks, just simply say static. Fine. And here now we are going to select the, now this is it I guess for the temperature part. Now we just need to actually get other job done. Okay, and when we get the other job done, we are good to go. Now we doesn't have a lot of work to do. We just need to style what, guys? We just need to style our messages part, right? The messages part, and that is it, the messages part. And I think the new button which I gave here, this button, yeah, that would be the job we have to do now. So let's get started with the messages part. Okay, I'm just styling them, nothing JavaScript is done, so I'm just simply styling them, because if I do each of the element one by one, first HTML, then CSS, then JavaScript, then time is gonna be a lot of time is gonna take. So I'm just completing the complete CSS at once, then I will go to JavaScript, because CSS doesn't cause any errors, right? So that is the reason. Now I'm going to say messages from bottom be 0, from bottom be 0, from left be 50%, from transform be a transform translate of -50%. Okay, just give me a second. Yeah, this guy is fine. In middle. Okay, this is fine. Translate -50%, comma 0, because nothing to translate in the y direction, so I am just saving it like this. Then I'm going to give a maximum height to it, maximum height of 600 pixels, and then I'm just saying overflow auto. If you want to scroll, just scroll, and then I'm going to give it a display flex, because we have to align them like a chat system, right? Like this, one after the other. So we need to do some different kind of styling for that, which also may have been done similarly in WhatsApp, Facebook stuff, but I actually don't know, because I need to read their code for that. Flex direction, column, fine. After this, align items at the center, to actually make them look just like this, at the center. Okay, now they are column wise, one after the other. Now you may be thinking that one is this side, one is this side. That is done with two different elements. Now this blue text is from one class and this red text is from another class, so that is the reason this is, we will give this left align, we will give this right align. That is it, nothing hard in here. Okay, so we did align item center. Then we just need to say justify content as flex end to start from the down. Oh sorry, I made it flex start. And after this I'm going to give it a padding bottom, from bottom have some space, that is it, of let's say 15 pixels. Okay, then let's just give it a z index, because this should also be top of some other thing, just 1000. That the previous thing we gave 10,000, but now I'm giving it 1000. Now we are just hiding the scroll bar from the messages. If there is some scroll bar, just simply hide it. I'm just saying dot messages, WebKit, scroll bar, display none. Now previously we did something for scroll bar, right? Okay, that is fine. I thought that I just gave it a single semicolon, but we have to give it double. So right now I checked it and it is double there, also fine. That part is fine. Now that is what. Now here we need to have two divs. Within this commands in middle, within this messages, we are going to have something called user message and something called J message, which is Jarvis message. Okay, so I'm just selecting dot user message. Those will be directly added from JavaScript, so don't worry. Dot user message, and here I'm going to add text align of right, and then I'm going to add width of 300 pixels, and then I'm going to give it a color RGB of, let's say, 113 comma 113. This should be something slightly bluish. You see this color, that is this color only. After this you can do 235, so this should be the same color, I guess. So let's check with the yeah, it is some blue. I am not sure if this is the same color, but I usually use this color, so it may be the same one. I don't remember that. Okay, that is fine. Now we need to style the dot J message which is left. Okay, and it should have text aligned to the left, and then we have its margin top of 5 pixels, and then we have its width of 300 pixels, and then we have it a different color. It is some red color, so let's just select it. Let's just say something around 240. Let's just select this, then I will just simply change this color to some random color. It should be some light red, right? So that is when it will be visible to us. So let me just select this. Let me just modify them slightly, so that let's make this something around 250. So let's just make it 245. This 65 one, let's make it 61, and this one also 61, because both are something similar only, so I'm just making them same. Okay, now this part is done. Now we actually need to style that command part. Now initially this dot commands, is this the spelling of commands? Yeah, actually the command should be initially of display none. It should not be visible. When I say show me the commands, then it should show me the command. So I'm just saying background color of white now to it. And for each of the commands within there, what I am going to do is color, give it a color of RGB 197 comma 0 comma 0, something around black. Is it black? No, it is actually dark red. Funny. What is funny in there? I don't know. I just got the word and I just spoke it out. Fine. So let's just do hashtag start Jarvis button, that starting button. Start Jarvis button, that is good. Now let's give it a border of none, because it's a button, so we need to do some styling for it. Outline of none, and then position of fixed, and then from left 100 pixels, and then transform, translate x 0. Do not transform anything, fine. And then what we are going to do is from top be 300 pixels, and from actually its display should be flex, so simply flex. And then let's just make it justify content to the center to the center, and I'm just saying align items to the center, and then I'm just simply saying giving a z index just less than the topest one, that is 10,000. So I'm just making it 4 nines. And now we just need to select the image within this ID, and a shocking news you will listen after this. A shocking news. Let me just complete this and then I will tell you. So I'm done with this. Now ready to listen that shocking news. We have completed the styling. Now isn't that funny? We have completed the styling, guys. Yeah, really. So what I'm going to do now is keep this open, and you see this button here. Now we need to do some other stylings also to this to actually make it somewhere there. So let's just do one thing here. Let's go here. From left it is 100 pixels, so I'm going to give it 105. Now what if I save it now? Okay, 105 is very less, I guess. Okay, now it looks something similar to this, I guess. Yeah, actually. Yeah, now it is actually a bit similar to this one. I previously said you that it is not going to be exactly same. Yeah, that is the reason. And now if I'm going to click on inspect, go to console, local storage dot clear, and now if I refresh this guy, you see this element now, right? Now there should be some issues with this in here, but I don't see anything. Now we just need to style it via Jarvis setup or something, I guess. Let us see what we can do about that. Just give me a second, guys. Okay. Let me see what we can do about this. We have this in middle element. We have the color of the label to be black. Okay, let me just launch this once. Change my information.
Opening the information tab, sir.
Shut down.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
So this is how this actually should look, and I have to think about it. So first of all, let me do this, and the label should have a kind of dark red or some color like this, but the label is not at all visible here. I have to inspect it and then check. So let's try debugging HTML code. Oops, let's see, we have this label. Okay, the label is just above it. So this is because it should be just above it only, but I think I am missing some stuff here, some actual stuff. I don't know why these errors are coming, but they shouldn't come causing to me. But let's just style it. Label should have a color of black, but it is not giving me any color. I don't know why. The label is right there, it has a different color, but it is not coming up. Okay, did you see that color? It's not at all coming, right? I think it is hidden behind this, maybe. So I am going to do what is going to this in middle stuff and selecting each of the elements within this in middle, Actually, CSS is hard to do if we got any errors. I mean, if we didn't got something what we wanted, then it is headache in CSS. You may also have faced that some or the other time. If not, you will definitely face it. But if yes, I am to facing it a lot. In middle, it should be like all the elements should be positioning statically. Oh yes. Oh, actually yes. It made a lot of changes to this. And here if I go to Jarvis setup in middle, what I'm going to do is this. I think I missed something in here, guys. Let me just have a closer look on this. We have top of 50%, left of 50%. Okay, transform translate, this is also fine. We have a background color, a padding, and then a border radius, then a display flex, and then a justify content of center, right? Okay, and then flex direction of column, and then an align items of the center. So guys, just give me a second. I will just take a look because it's time waste for you. So I'm just give me a few minutes. I will pause the recording and then I will again play it so that you can enjoy it without wasting any time. So guys, I did made some changes. Let me show that to you, but it became something like this, and I need to do some different stuff also. So but first of all, let me explain you what I did. I just commented out these three things, and these three things were just causing this, not this one, the above two guys were causing an error. Let's see what it is. So just fixing a word is just deforming this form which we created. So that is the reason we just don't need a special kind of width and height for them. If needed, you can add and just face the styling issues. And but if you have any doubts, just let me know. If you want to make it a bit different, it's okay. But I want to share an experience which I got when I was actually styling this guy, this original guy. What actually happened is this was not like this. These things were at the left and somehow they just came to the center. I don't know how, but they came after I uploaded. I hosted this site. Right after that is just made everything a bit different. So fine. Now I'm going to the input tag or a label tag, you can say. I'm giving it a margin top of 5 pixels, and now it is a bit different. Okay, fine, margin top only, right? Yeah, instead of 5 pixels I would like to make it 10. I think this is not at all changing. Yeah, it is not at all changing. Let's try it the same thing with the input element. 50 pixels for testing, and yeah, it is working fine. So we can play with the input here, and now it looks pretty good. Yes. And now this is the form we created, and there are some more issues to be fixed, which we will fix in the next episode maybe. Yeah. So I'm just entering some random data for location. I'm adding London, and Instagram profile null, submit. And you see this weather information on the right, so that part is good. Now some styling has to be done for these icons also. Rest everything is done good, and just 3 of these icons need to be a bit differently formed, or maybe they will be okay when I add some data there. Let's just test it out. Hello, save it, we get hello. Okay, this is not how I wanted it to be. It has to be something differently. So let's just go to CSS back again, and let's just see what we can do about it. So I need to go to that icon one. Icon. Okay. Is this an icon or cont? Okay, position absolute cont, display flex, align items center. Okay, some issues with this font. It is not actually as I wanted it to be. Okay, I need to just give me a second, guys. Let me think what I have done mistake in here. Nothing. Can't find an image in this. I don't know. I think I should do this once. That sometimes happen. It doesn't. It is not perfectly able to. But no, that is not the case. Everything is fine. Some mistakes in my code only. So this is the last thing, and we will fix it and end this video for now. But let's of all first fix this. We have from top 10 pixels. I think it should be 20 instead. Oh yeah, this is it. Okay, let's just make it 40. Fine. And then this internet guy, where is this guy? From top 100 pixels go become 140. Now it came a bit down, so I'm going to make it 130, 120. Yeah, now it is okay. There is some external things acting on. So what I'm going to do for debugging is I'm going to give them a background color of red, and let us see how they are looking. But I don't get any look of it. Why so? What just happened? I gave a background color, right, to these fonts. I gave a background color, but it is not coming. If I give a background color here of red, it is still not coming. Why so? I think we had to give a width. No, I have given width for each of the elements. But let's try one thing. Giving it a height of, let's say, 100 pixels. Okay, they didn't have any height at all. What is the size of an image we gave them? What is the size of an icon? 50 pixels. So I'm going to make it 50 pixels. Right, that is it. So let's give that a height of 50 pixels. Fine, and now this much is good. Now what I can do again is I did something here. I made this 40. Let's make it 10. Now it is absolutely okay. I need this guy, internet guy, 120. Let's make it 100. So that is the reason those guys were going up. And now the actual difference is gonna happen here. They have to be reversed. So I think I added something flexend or something different here. So let us just go to cont, justify content space around. That is absolutely okay. I think I should add a flex direction. Row reverse. Let's see what happens. Okay, nothing happened. Row. Oops, what is happening here? Just this one thing and we are good to go, guys. Just let me remove this background first of all. It is looking very ugly. So yeah, fine. I gave it a background right from here and it is also removed now. This text, guys, this text should be before that. Control X. Still it is there. I don't know why it is so. Let me add something here. Here world is coming above it. They are placing themselves in different, some issues with the position properties. We have to check about that. Battery is also coming above it, but hello, this guy is coming a bit differently. So internet clock battery. I just gave them a width, nothing else in that. Okay guys, this is the reason. Okay, instead of absolute, let's make it static. Finally guys, now it's good. Now everything is good. We can remove these, and yeah, my job is done for today. So it's your job. You need to practice more. If you want to make any of the changes in the CSS, do it now, because a lot of JavaScript work is left, and we are going to cover that in the next episode pretty perfectly. Not like this, many errors we got today, but not like this anymore. We are going to cover everything perfectly fine. So these links you will get in the description down below, don't worry about that. And so here's the CSS. I have already given the CSS source code in the previous episode's description, so that you don't need to type all this stuff, because this is almost unnecessary, because CSS is very easy, I know. But if you have any trouble, just watch the complete video, because there is nothing much to understand in CSS. Just everything is simple styling, that is it. Okay, that much is fine. So I'm just closing the index CSS file, and here we have the HTML part. And what now we have to do is just fill these spaces. Like for time should come here, your online, whether you are online or offline, should come here, and the battery status should come here, like that part we have to do now. So first of all, let's get started with the time part. Okay, so let's just go to the app.js, I mean, and first of all, let's select the element. So it has an ID of time, so we just need to select that element. So here I will simply say const time is equal to document.querySelector id time, right? So document.querySelector hashtag time. So we have selected the element now, and now we actually need to do some stuff like the date and time setup. And how are we going to do that? Let's just see. So here I will write time setup. Okay, and I'm just gonna say, first of all, let us say let date be equal to something called new date. Okay, this is gonna give you the date from your machine. Okay, and here first of all, let's get the hours. Let's name it HRS is equal to, from this date dot give me hours. Okay, give me these hours. After this, let's say we want minutes. Again, something, not data, it's date. Sorry, I didn't saw that. So yeah, fine now. So it should be date dot get minutes. Fine. After this, we have let seconds be equal to date dot get seconds. Simple. So this part is very simple, and now we just saved it. And now what we actually need to do is the most important part, guys. So this is completely based on window.onload. So here I'm going down, and I'm just simply saying onload for the window, simple comments, and here I'm gonna say window.onload, make it a function. Okay, so I'm using arrow function, ES6 syntax, and here actually we need to do the part. Okay, so let's go to let's create a function called timer, or using set interval. Okay, let's create a set interval function. This much is fine. So first of all, what I will do, I want to call this one. Okay, let me just add a comment. Okay, fine. And after this comment, first of all, I want to call this, right? So I will say time dot text content is equal to, let's use template literals, and here I will use $sign HRS, and then again a $sign, and within this I'm going to add minutes. minutes, and after that I'm gonna add what? Obviously seconds. Fine. So now we have added this once on onload. This means that when the browser loads up, I mean when our website loads up, this will show us once, right? Let's see what happens now. And you see the time here, but now you can see the time is not at all going forward, it's just still that. But if I refresh once, then it will go again to something else, and we don't want that. We want it to load each time it just happens, right? Each time this second changes. And after how much time does the 1 second change? It is after 1 second, obviously. So we are going to use set interval, and we will give it a time limit of 1 second. That means 1000 milliseconds. So I'm using set interval here, you can see here. So I think I should have a snippet for these, and yeah, I have. So here you have to write time in milliseconds, and 1000 milliseconds is equal to 1 second. So I'm just doing that. Fine. And here again, what we need to do is we need to do the same stuff again. You see this time one, right? And we need to create these variables again. But guys, why are we doing that? Because see, this thing is done only once, and we have to do that multiple times. Either if you don't want like this, you can do one thing, that just remove this code right from here and comment these out right from here and add everything here. Let me show you what I am about, I am telling you about. Okay, now I saved it. Now when I save it, the time will move continuously, but see, for the first 1 second, the timer is not coming. I will refresh and then show you, see. So now after 1 second, this timer is coming, and I don't want that at all. So that is the reason I'm keeping them once again, because I don't care about the number of lines it is going on now, because it's not a real-time website or something. Now, due to the number of lines of code is not very much, so it is okay for that. No worries about that. Okay, so this much is fine, and now it should be working fine. And yeah, you see 0 1 2 4 5 6 and so on, it will just work fine. And now we will do another setup. What is it? Let's now set up for the battery. Okay guys, so now let's do for battery, and then we will see for some other stuff. Okay, fine. Okay, so first of all, I will go somewhere to create an comment, and let's just simply add that complete code within this window.onload. Okay, let me create some space, and here I will write battery setup, and here I will simply take a variable called let battery promise. Now guys, something special is in JavaScript. It has a lot of features for developers, like you can use camera, you can use audio input, you can use batteries, you can get battery data. You can also do all this stuff from Node.js, which is too good. But yeah, we are doing it JavaScriptly, so it's completely plain vanilla JavaScript, nothing, no Node.js, no nothing. So we can also do this in plain JavaScript. So that is pretty much amazing, guys. And here we need a function called get. You see, get VR displays, user media. There are a lot. You can even use dual equation, but I just want get battery. So I got the battery now. Okay, I got the battery now, and I need to do some stuff now. What is it? First of all, battery promise dot then. When I get this dot then, oh my god, okay, now it is fine. Dot then, when I get this, call a function called battery callback. Okay, call this function called battery callback. And now let's just create this battery callback here. So I'm just creating this function, a function called battery callback, and it has a parameter called as battery object, which we will see about it later on. Okay, so this is battery object, and now we actually have a function called print battery status. We are going to define this function in a few minutes, just wait for some time. And here I'm gonna say simply pass in the battery object. Done. This much is done. And again we are just looking for a set interval. Like in the previous episode I said, like my charging, as my charging was turning off, as I was turning off the switch, that charging indicator was stopping. It was not showing that charging anymore. Like, so that is why we are again setting a set interval, so that it runs the same function, that is checking whether it is connected or not every 5 seconds. Okay, so let's just call this function every 5 seconds. I just copied it and I'm simply pasting it in here. That is it. After this we actually need to define our print battery status. Okay, so I have to define it somewhere here. Let me create some space. Okay, fine. So here we need to create the function print battery status, and within this also we have the same parameter, that is our battery object. Fine. And after within this we are what we need to do is we just need to add our text content to that particular element. So for this we actually need to get the element. So I'm just simply saying const battery is equals to document.query selector, and I think its ID was battery. Let's see once. Yeah, it's battery. Where was it? Okay, yeah, here. And here what we actually need to do is we just need to take that element. Okay, I'm just saying battery, not battery promise, it's just simply battery dot text content. Battery dot text content is, again I'm using template literals here, $, this one, and in here I am using that battery object which has been passed, battery object dot level. Now guys, remember this is not going to give you any percentage. Let me show that to you. I think this should work now. Let's see. And yeah, now see how it is giving you the charging percentage. It should be 75 in my machine, and yeah, it is 75 now. So what we need to do, you can guess it. It's 0.75, so and we need to make it 75, so we simply multiply it with 100 to get accurate percentage. Now you saw that, and let's add a symbol, percentage symbol with this. You saw that we got 76% now, and that is what I meant. Let's remove the space from here and it should be perfectly fine, and it is. Now what we need is we need the status. We need to add the battery status, whether it is charging or not. I only do when it is in charging, then only do the stuff. So for that we actually need what? We actually need a if statement. We are saying if the battery object dot charging is equal to true. If it's true, if its charging state is true, then then just do nothing, because we have given its width to be something different. Now let's just see once what is the width of that battery icon. Where is that battery one? Okay, let me just see. Okay, its width is 100 pixels. Initially it should be 100. Why? Because see, now it is 100, so that both of them are close. If I make it more, something like 200 pixels, what happens is this thing happens, it goes far away, and I don't want that, so I'm just leaving it at 100 here. And here what I will do, first of all, let me just add that, and then I will comment it to show you the proof, okay, what I exactly mean. So here what I'm gonna do is not like this. Now this is an element, actually it should be a class. Yeah, battery, this was an ID, this was a class, so this time we need to actually select the class. So I'm just doing here only what, selecting the element, document.query selector, let's see, dot, we are selecting dot battery. Now guys, this is a shortcut. If you want to use a particular element only at one place, then instead of creating a variable like this, what you can actually do is simply add this code at that particular position. If it's only once or twice, if you have it multiple times, then you definitely need to create a variable. Okay, fine. So now here what I'm going to do is dot style, increase its width simply. Style dot width is equal to, we will add something. Okay, I don't know what we have to add now. We will see about that. For now I'm just simply making it simple comment. And here what I'm going to do next is, again we have to select that battery element, this time the paragraph element where we have to add the data. And here we are simply saying text content. Its text content is again equal to what? Again the same thing which we have here. So let me just simply do this much. Copy it, paste it, and here beside it just add something called charging. That is it. Or you can plugged in or something. And here if you don't see that whether it's charging or not, what else you can do is, if you also want something like it's not charging, what I can do for that is, I will simply do this much. And here what I'm again going to do is copy the same if else condition, control okay. And here what we are going to do, we are saying if it is false, what you actually do is make it not charging, or you can do unplugged. Okay, it's your choice. I'm keeping it not charging because it looks much simpler to understand. And now let's see what happens. You see 80% charging, so this charging thing is coming like this. So that is the reason I need to give it something. So let's just do 150 pixels simply and see what it looks like again. So we need to increase it much more. Let's make it 200. It should be fine, I guess. And yeah, now let's see what actually happens when I turn off my charging. Let's see, I turned it off, and now after 5 seconds it should again launch the same component. Let's wait for 5 seconds. It's 5 seconds, right? Yeah, print battery status should be called every 5 seconds, and let's see if it gives us not charging. So I think it's not giving us. Let me check the console once if there is any error. Nope, no errors, but it's not giving. If I refresh now, still it's not giving anything, not charging. What happened? Okay, I think I got it. It should give not charging when, okay, let's make it else. Let's try making it else. And now I guess it should work. Let's see. No. So I think we can't do this because see, this is a battery object and you can't use multiple like this. But I do have a different method. I think that can be possible. Let's check it out once. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me just comment all these else function, and here what I'm going to do is I will add that if condition here, and if it is false, I'm gonna add this statement right there. Okay, and this guy is going to become the else condition now. So let me just add a comment and paste this in, and here I will simply add an else statement, save. No, it's still not doing that. So yeah, we can't do that, simply nothing much in there. So let me just now turn on my charging, because without charging the video will stuck a bit. So that is the reason I am simply not doing so, and I am removing this unnecessary code, and yeah, now it should be good. Okay, fine. Now it should be working as we want it to be, and you can see now Now this is pretty much good, guys. This part is done, this part is done, and now we actually need to do the internet part, which is pretty much crazy, right? So let's just start that. So for that also we need something. What is it? It is very simple. There is nothing much like battery, this functions and all other stuff. So let us go after this print object status here. So let's just do internet setup. Fine. Setup. No, it's setup. I need to teach myself English. My spellings are very bad. Okay, fine. And after this, what we actually need to do is we need to select the navigator and dot online. That is it. Navigator dot online. That is it, guys. Now here we actually need some if else conditions, because I don't want to increase the number of lines of code, so I'm just using ternary operator shortcut. If you don't know about this, you would watch my video which was just uploaded before this series, I guess. It was JavaScript tricks. It should have a title called, I will give its link in the description, don't worry about that if you want. Actually, it's not a very big but very amazing JavaScript tricks I have taught in that episode, which are super awesome. Okay, now navigator.online is what we are going to do is apply a question mark, and within this we just need to return something. So I'm just doing, okay, let's create a variable for this internet element. So what I'm going to do is const internet is equal to document dot query selector. What I'm going to do is hashtag internet. There should be an n in between. Fine. And let's see the name once for confirmation, and yeah, it is good. And we have selected the internet, and now there are some errors which we need to fix. You can see this became red here, so we need to fix it. Okay, these are the errors only, nothing else. So navigator.online, within this we actually need to do internet variable. The internet variable text content is simply equal to online if it is online. And guess what is the next thing? Yeah, you would already have guessed, an else condition. Just copy this, paste it here, make this guy offline. Done. Oh, sorry, I pasted it. Okay, now it is fine, it's offline now. And what next we need to do is we again need to call this function again, and to reduce the number of loops, because we are using set interval multiple times. So what I am going to do is simply call this function again with the battery itself. Okay, what I mean by that is copy this, and go to the battery part we used, or let's go to that. Okay, that is every 1 second, so that would be waste of loop, so I'm just pasting it here. So here I will write for internet, and now internet will also be refreshed every, now you see online here. When it's offline, it should give you offline, I don't know currently, so let's just check once. Let me just check once, and now if I refresh, the images are not coming because it's kind of source, and this guy is also not working, I don't know why, but yeah, that may be, let's see, just give me some time, guys. It will connect to some random Wi-Fi because I am always connected to 2 to 3 Wi-Fi's for my safety. So yeah, that is it, leave that. And now I am just removing this guy from here, Control X, and what I'm going to do is go down again and again use a set interval so that it is called every time. Okay, so we have this setup, and what we actually need to do now is add a time. I am using 60, do this every 60 seconds, not in so when your internet is turned off, then after 60 seconds, after 1 minute, it will show you that yeah, now you are offline. I'm sorry, I was not able to actually show you while it was off, but I can show you after 60 seconds, and now that is fine. And now let's just check this guy, this weather guy. I don't know why it's not coming, but I think I should just clear my local storage once to make it perfectly alright. But before that, I do have some more changes to do, and let's do them first. So guys, now I actually need a music file. Like whenever I launch this website, it should give me a music input like something, some sound to indicate me, yeah, that it is ready. Okay, so let's just get that music file once, and then let's start again. So guys, now what we are going to do is we are going to use this audio file on startup whenever the window loads up. So I have this file here. I will give you the source code, and within that it will be a GitHub repository, so you will find all these images and files right in there, so don't worry about that. And here within this window.onload only, I am saying adding a comment on startup so that you guys just could browse through the code easily. Okay, fine. And here what I'm going to do now is go to the HTML file, and here we actually need to add an audio element, and within the source we actually need to add this file, and yeah, and let's give it an ID to play with it, because we actually need to control it via JavaScript, but we are giving it right in here. Okay, we are creating the element right in here. So here I will simply say turn_on and save it. I'm going to app.js, and here on startup, before getting started, I would like to actually get that file. So I'm just simply saying const, let's name it let's name it simply turn on only. Okay, okay, let's just say turn on itself. That would be better, so that we just don't confuse here and there. Dot query selector hashtag turn on itself. That's it name. So yep, now what I'm going to do is go to that window.onload function here, and within the startup what I'm going to do is actually just play that thing when it is onloaded. This means that when the website is loaded completely, then what you do is simply turn on dot play, call this function, not display, it's actually play. And yeah, this is the function we need to call. Okay, and when this guy is ended, then do other stuff. So I'm going to turn on dot add event listener on end. Okay, on end call an arrow function, on end call an arrow function. And here what we are going to do is, here we are simply saying a set timeout function. Like, let me explain you what I am about to say. Let's give it a time of 200 milliseconds. Okay, let's give it a time of 200 milliseconds. After 200 milliseconds, launch Jarvis. I'm just simply saying auto Jarvis if possible. It is only possible in some browsers, so auto Jarvis. We will define that function in a few minutes, so just wait for that. And call the readout function, because we actually need some stuff to be read out. Let's say ready to go. Okay, ready to go, sir. Fine. And after this what I'm going to do is, after this we again need to check if the local storage is not null. Okay, let me just say explain it to you after coding it. So I'm just saying, I'm just getting the local storage, and from here I'm simply getting an item. And what is that item? Our Jarvis setup we just added. If that guy is equal to null, what I mean is, if there is no data, if this is the first time the some person is using our project, then what actually happens is give a readout simple that fill out that form so that we could get your data. So right, that is it, that is what I want to say. So just add any data randomly. Sir, kindly fill out the form. So later on I will add anything later here, but for now let it be. Okay, so that is it for this guy. And now let's just create that auto Jarvis function so that it could start our voice recognition whenever we want. So it is nothing very much that, so it is just simply a set timeout function within a function. So let me explain that to you. let me create it above here only. So I'm calling it auto jarvis. It's not GitHub Auto or Copilot. Yes, it was GitHub Copilot. It's not so. It's just simply adding. So let's create a function. I try to do comedy, but it just happens out that it is not at all funny. So I just stop in between. Sorry if you guys got angry on me. Sorry for that. So we have this function called auto jarvis, right? And within this function, we actually need to do nothing. Add a set timeout, and let's give it a time of 1 second. After the load up, do one thing. After 1 second, just do recognition, not recognition, it's recognition dot start the recognition automatically if possible. That is what I want you to do. Okay, now I just simply saved it, and again going here, and this should be now fine. I'm going to auto jarvis and saving it up. Let's see what happens. You heard that sound, right? Fine. And now you see everything is working fine. And now what I'm going to do is actually go to the console and then clear the local storage once to check something for the weather. Okay, I'm simply doing local storage dot clear, and now it is clear. I am just closing it up, refresh, and your name. Let's just keep all this stuff null. So guys, now I didn't add a lot of commands here. You can actually add unlimited commands as you want, so it's your choice. Okay, now you see the weather is coming. If I refresh, the weather is not coming again. So I think it is not able to actually get the data from there, and we actually need to call the function on window.onLoad itself. Okay, so let me just search for that weather function once wherever we have it. Fine. So weather setup, so weather count, fine. Just guys give me 1 second. Let me just find that out. Okay, we actually don't have this. Here we need to call that function. I just forgot about that. So weather, we actually need to do what? JSON.parse, right? JSON.parse. Within this parse function, we have what? A local storage dot get item, and what is that item? Jarvis setup, or you can add anything you want. Jarvis setup. And after getting this Jarvis setup, I just want to say parse it, and then I just want to get dot location, and now this guy should work. Let's see what happens. And yeah, now if I refresh also, this is going to work, and that is fine. And now I could close this, and perfectly awesome. Now guys, guess what is the next thing which is left now? Yeah, we have to set up this guy and then the chatting part, right? That messages part. These are the two things left to be done, and Friday is ready now. So let's just set up this guy first. Start Friday. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select that element first of all. Let's see where that element is. So you can go here somewhere. Okay, it's here. So start Jarvis button. Okay, so I'll just simply add it fastly. So going to the top, and here I'm simply do document dot query selector, and within this query selector I'm just selecting that it was an ID or a, yep, it was an ID. So let's just make it that. So now add event listener. What I'm going to do is simply add a click function like this, an arrow function to call our recognition to take place. Now that is it. I saved it, so it got refreshed, and now when I click on this guy, allow open Google. Okay, I didn't talk fast. Open Google. And now it just got opened, right? That is what we wanted, and that is what it is. Fine. So cool. Now, so after this, what we actually need to do is just get this functional part, and before going to that, what I am actually going to do is, these are the buttons we have, right? So what I'm simply doing is hide them. Or what you can do another way is that simply remove the code we are using them and just comment these out, or actually remove that from both the files. Okay, if you will not remove it from JavaScript, then what actually happens is it will cause an error, and all the code which is after that particular line will not take place or will not work at all. So that is the reason I am doing so, but I am leaving it so that you guys could use it further. So I'm just making display to be none for each of these guys. So what I will do is copy this style, paste it here and here also, and now we should not see them, and now we don't see them. Fine. Okay, let me just reduce my volume so that this sound doesn't just disturbs again and again. Okay, fine. So now these guys will not be visible at all, and now we can actually work with this. Now first of all guys, let me just play with this commands in middle section. So let me just add all the commands, and then I will again start the recording, because they are a lot and it will take a lot of time to just write them up. Okay, yeah. So guys, now I copied all those commands into my clipboard, and now what I can simply do is, here let's add a comment, Friday, let's say Jarvis commands, fine, and here let's create an array to store those commands. So I'm just simply saying Friday comps, shortcut for Friday commands, and yup, and here what we are going to paste that. So we are just pushing each of this stuff into there. Now actually I don't have some of these, I actually copied this from my previous source code. I do have it, so I just copied some all the functionalities I have in that particular, in the hosted side. So yeah, so this is it, and I just pasted that. So all these things will come up there, and now let me just save it. Okay, now it should not be visible. Now we have to do one thing. Okay, what is that thing, guys? So first of all, we actually need to go to that part. Which part? On result, recognition dot on result part, and within that part what we actually need to do is give an command like what are your commands, then select this particular element and change its style. Like, wait, let's go to the style one, and here we have this commands, right? This is the thing which we are looking for. Just see what happens. Here are the commands. We actually need to add those commands into here. That is the picture and the main perspective we have to follow now. So let's go to that on result part, and what I'm going to do here is an if condition. If, arey yaar, let's just copy it now. Why wasting time? You're so boring, don't do anything fast. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so here what if the command is what are your commands. So here I will simply say what are your, not like this, okay, what are your commands, what are your commands. If someone says this, then what do you do? And here just change to sir, these are the list of commands I can follow or something. Let's say sir, I follow the following commands. Wow, rhyming. Following commands, fine. I follow the following commands, good. And after this, what we actually need to do is document.query selector, documents.query selector, and within the selector, what we actually need to do, dot commands, that is the name of that particular section, dot commands, and here dot style dot display, make it block. Now let's see what happens. But after this, I think we need to do something else also. What is it is we have to actually add those commands. I forgot to add those commands, so we actually need a for each function, guys, to add all those commands into there. So let's define that command into the window.onload itself, so that it would be easy for us. So where is the window.onload? Right here. So here I will say Jarvis commands adding. So here I will say what it is. Okay, we have to actually use a for each function. You can actually use a map also, but I like using for each. So for each, and here in this for each, let me take that element with a parameter called e, and within here what I'm going to do is document.query selector, that commands again, dot query selector commands again is equal to, not actually dot inner HTML. What I'm going to do is dot inner HTML, and within this inner HTML I will simply do plus equal to, because I want to add all those one by one. So that is why I'm doing this. And here I will use template literals and a paragraph tag to represent them awesomely. And within this I actually want that, so I'm just adding hashtags so that it would, my command should become a trend on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube. So that is the reason. Oh my god. And here we actually need that guy, that element, right? And after this, because I want them on different lines, what I should do is add a br simple. And now let's just save this, and now I guess it should work fine. Okay, let's just refresh once. Okay, all these guys are not coming because they feel that your internet connectivity is slow and I want to come. Okay, what are your commands? Okay, some issue is there. That is the reason these guys are not working. Yeah, I thought so. Dot inner HTML of null. Okay, this inner HTML, something falsy here. Okay, I forgot to add the dot here. Now no errors caused, and you can see these guys come up. Okay, let me just increase the volume now. What are your commands?
Sir, I follow the following commands.
Now guys, did you saw that? Now actually we have to do some styling here, and that styling I will give you in the source code, the perfect styling, because we can't waste the time now in styling, right? So that is the reason. And now I'm going to add another command to actually close this stuff, and what that command will be. Okay guys, don't worry, you will find the styling for this guy and the complete source code. If you are causing any errors, just go to that source code and you will get everything perfectly fine, because this is time waste, because the previous video became very lengthy and I also got comments to make it short. So that is the reason I am not at all wasting time. This complete video is going to be very important. So this video is actually a bit lengthy, and yeah, perfectly fine, because it's important. And we go to the on result part, and here what are your commands? After this I'm going to add an if condition. Okay, why I'm doing this, I'll just copy this guy. I don't know if it's a guy or a ladki, I mean a girl or something but yeah, it is something okay, fine, good. No more jokes. If I say close this, what it should say is readout. Give me a readout function. Okay, yeah, quote is missing. I should just give it a readout function. Okay, some mistake. Within this readout function, just say closed. Okay, and after being closed, what I want to do, whatever it is open, just change this. So I don't want to do this close this command section or close this info section like that. I don't want to do that. So what I will simply do is I will just simply close all the things we have, like all the pop-ups kind of things we have. So that is the reason. So the one would be setup, that Jarvis setup one, and the other one would be document.query selector, this commands one. How many times I had to type? Okay, it was better to have a variable for this guy, but I just forgot to add that. So here what I'm going to do is simply dot style, and simply here we have to make it none. Okay, fine. And yeah, we have to do the same thing with the setup also. Setup dot style dot display dot, no, not dot this time, dot okay, fine. This is also equal to none. Now if I do this okay, sorry for that. What are your commands? And yeah, it opened it. Now if I say close this, yeah, it closes it. Now that is fine. Now did I give that change my information part? Let us see that once. Okay, change my information command should be there, and no, I didn't give that. So guys, now what you need to do is there is one more command which you will find in the source code, don't worry. That is, if I want to change my information which is saved in the local storage, what you actually need to do is make its display block just like this. If you give a command like change my information, then what it does is just open that, just make its display to block, and yeah, that is it. It should work fine. And now the guys, what is left, you know it, it's our chatting part. Let's get started without any further ado. So we have both these elements. Now we have this message, and we have already styled this Jarvis text and user text. So now we actually need to play with it. That is it. So let's go to the top now. We do have some work there. So first of all, let's select the messages div. So const msgs, to make it short, is equal to document.query selector and dot messages. That is it. And after this, what we actually need to do is go to the create a function, not go to anything, just create a function, so that I could add this anywhere just with one line of code by calling this function. So what is that function? Let's go. Okay, I'm just adding a comment, create a new chat. Okay, and here I'm saying a function, I'm calling a function called create message, guys. Create msg. This is actually equal to one thing called who versus, not wh, oh, who, and what, and the message what we are giving in. So what is it? Who means that is it the user or the machine that is responding to us, that is who. And here we actually need to create that element. So let me create let new message, let new msg be equal to what, document dot create element, document dot create element, create a element p, and for that element give an inner text. Its name is new message, not message, new message dot inner text. Dot inner text is actually equal to the message we will give it to add. Okay, and after this message, what we are doing is we are actually giving it a class of who, right? Class of who, whether it will be user message or the Jarvis message. What do I mean by that? We have given two different stylings, right? If it's user, then it will apply this styling. If it's Jarvis, then it will apply this, and that is what I meant by that. So we are doing something called new message. We are doing something called what, new message dot set attribute, not this, set attribute class is what I want to set up. And in this class, what I want to do is mm, let's say, yeah, it's nothing but we have to add the who. Fine. And after this, what we need to do, we just need to append this element to that main div, right? So we are doing new message dot append child to what? New. Okay, sorry, I did a mistake. The msgs should come here. Into the messages div, we have to append what? The new message element. And now if I save it, it is all good. So guys, now we need to do nothing. Now we just need to go to the readout function, and here we actually need to create what you guess. Create message. Here the class name we want to add, the first one, that is who, jmsg, which we have styled. And after this, we just need to add the message, which is the message itself, which we have in this readout function. And fine, same thing we need to go do with the on result. Where do we have it? Here. So let me just remove this console log because we don't actually need it. And here what we are going to do is again create message. What is that div name? It's user message, right? I copied it and I'm going to paste it here, and after that we need the message, which is nothing but the transcript. That is it, guys. Okay, that is nothing but the transcript. And now let's test it out with full volume. Fine, let me increase the volume, and now let's restart. Okay, why didn't the sound came? Is there any error with the window.onload? Let me just check once. Yup. Okay. Some error here. So, yup. We go here. I think I should remove this from here. This is something which is causing error. Let me save once. And yep, that is what it is causing error. So I'm going to define it somewhere below that window.onload to make it work fine. And yeah, let's add that here. Hi. Actually, I forgot the commands. What is it? Okay, nothing happened, so let's just see again. Open GitHub.
Opening GitHub, sir.
Okay, no commands came up. Let's see what is happening here. I think we should have the commands. Let's go to the elements section, and then let's see. There should be some issues with the styling. That is it. Yeah, the div.messages is below, so we actually need to bring it up. Let's just first style here. I'll go to the messages section, and what I'm going to do is from bottom at 0, right? What is its position? Yeah, I think I need to style it like position fixed, position fxd, and what next I do have is we should have from bottom b0. Now this is usual, and okay, not like this. Let me remove this stuff. From top be something. From top, let me just add that to be 10. Now still I don't see it anywhere. Where is that element? Still it is down. So we just need to bring that up, and I am not getting how to bring it up. Right? Okay, let me do one thing. Let me make it from bottom, go 100 pixels up. Again, it is not working. I think I have to change its styling to actually change it. Okay, So what I'm going to do now is just go here to the style sheet, go here to the messages section. This thing is all right. We actually had to do some changes here. So padding bottom, z index. Okay, let me make it this much. No changes with that. Okay, give me a second. I just mistakenly did. Okay, fine guys. So what is happening here is just this thing. Something from here, what I'm going to do, as it is not visible, let's see whether those things are adding or not first. Okay, okay, fine. Let's just see whether those messages are being added or not. So we have these messages, and within this messages we should have something. Yeah, you see, these are the commands we wanted to add and they are added, but we are just not able to show them. Oh, actually they are here. What happened then? No, they aren't here. We have to bring them up. Okay, let me do one thing. Position fixed to check whether it is up there or not, and then from top be 100 pixels. Okay, these guys are not working. This stuff is actually not working. So yeah, I think some error is causing it to happen. Padding bottom 15, everything is fine because I have nothing given it from top to be that. Display flex direction column, align item center, justify content flex end. Maybe this is something. No guys, this won't do anything like that. From bottom, let me add it 500 pixels so that it may do something. No, actually no. So guys, I think there is some mistakes in the source code, I mean in the CSS we have done here. So what you actually do is go to the source code I have given in the description, then just copy paste that, and then all the things should work fine. If you had given the same class name and all to this thing, to the HTML, the same class names are used, then it is all good. Just change those class names if you haven't. I'm sorry about that, because if I just go on changing this stuff, it is gonna take a lot of time and I don't want to waste your time at all, and I'm really sorry about that. But you can actually see that the JavaScript part, what we wanted, is actually working guys. Okay, fine. And first of all, let me just remove this user select for testing purposes. Okay, so we should have that input user select. Okay, so where did I given that user select? Let us just search for that once. Okay, within this machine, so I'm gonna remove that. Okay guys, now I think I got it. Position, just give me a second. No, nothing happening with that. Just 1 second guys. Nope, nothing is happening. So just follow the source code I have given. And what next? I hope everything is done here guys. Now I can give you a trick to do something, but I'm not gonna teach you how to do it. I'm just gonna explain it to you, and it depends on you that if you can do it, you can definitely do it. I know you can definitely do it, but I'm just telling it for like, what do we say that? Just leave it, just let me explain that to you. What you can actually do is, we are opening YouTube, we are opening GitHub, we are opening all that, right? But how would I close it? I have to touch my mouse, go to this cross button to close the tab, but I don't want that. I don't want that guys. I don't want that. So what we can do is, go to the app.js, and each time you are opening a new window, each time you are opening the new window. Okay, let me just help you with this because it's hard to explain. Just simply explain, it's hard to do that. So let me just explain. ARR array of windows. Fine. So here let's say window. Let's say let's say windows b for windows of the browser, like something like that. Let's keep it an array. And if I add this, like this is YouTube, this is Google, right? So on doing that, we have this windows array. Okay, windows b. So let's create this as an variable. Let a be equal to, and here windows b dot push what you actually did, dot push a. Just push a and do the same stuff for different things. Oh my god. Okay, do the same stuff for different things, like this, like for a search for and for this, all this. So I'm just pushing it in. Let me do the same thing for YouTube also. Let's create a variable for this guy first, so that I could just show this to you. I haven't done this in the original one, but right now I am actually doing it. In the original one, what was it? I have only done it for YouTube. But right now, while shooting this video, I just got an idea, why shouldn't we do it that way? So that is the reason I am just trying it out. I don't know whether this will work or not, but I really hope that it will work. And let's just do windows b dot push a. Okay, now let's just test it out. Okay, let's test it out, guys. I have done everything perfectly, I guess. Okay, I didn't have the command to actually do that, so no, nothing is perfect now. And I'm just saying, if again, let's just copy it, paste it. If this includes close all tabs, what you actually do is closing all tabs. Closing all tabs, sir. That is it. Not here, it's sir. Fine. And that is it. Now what we actually need to do is add a quote here, and after this we actually need to close them, right? So quote should be inside, not outside, and after this we actually need to close them, nothing else than that. So what I'm going to do now is we have that a element, right? So we actually need to close that window which is opened. So we actually need to do for each method again. So windows b dot for each element, what you simply do is, let's take that element as e and then put this thing, and here what I'm going to do is element dot close. That is it. I don't know whether it is gonna work or not, but should work. Let's just test it, guys. Okay, it got refreshed. Let me increase the sound. Open Google.
Opening Google, sir.
Open YouTube.
Opening YouTube, sir.
Close all tabs.
Closing all tabs, sir.
Guys, it did work. Guys, it did work, guys. Hooray! And I didn't actually thought that this would work, but it is actually working. Oh my god, I'm very happy now. So yeah, you can do the same thing for all the windows you are opening. And yeah, and one more thing, I think I stopped the recognition continuous, and actually I need that. So where is that recognition? I actually don't see it. So let's just go to recognition, and here. So recognition.continuous, I had to add that. Recognition.continuous should be true. Now it is all good. Open Google.
Opening Google, sir.
Open YouTube.
Opening YouTube, sir.
Open GitHub.
Opening GitHub, sir.
Okay, some pop-ups are blocked. I have to actually allow this. Now it will open. Guys, see, this time this is not stopping because right now I am on Microsoft Edge, so the recognition is not stopping at all. Open YouTube.
Opening YouTube, sir.
Open GitHub.
Opening GitHub, sir.
And yep, close all tabs. Close all tabs.
Closing all tabs, sir.
Okay, there is some error because in between that allo part did came up. So let's try this again, guys. I am refreshing the site. Shut down. Shut down. Okay, let's just close this once. And guys, it usually actually hangs up if I close it without closing the voice recognition. It is so because of the browser. Okay, that's it, and that is the reason you actually need to stop each time. It is not stopping right now because it usually takes shut down as shut down. Shirt means I am talking about your wear, the thing which you wear on your chest and all that part. Yeah. And now let me just try it out again. Open YouTube, open Google, open GitHub.
Opening YouTube, sir. Opening Google, sir. Opening GitHub, sir.
Close all tabs.
Closing all tabs, sir.
Okay, guys. So I did that function for... Okay, now shut down. Shut down. Okay, guys, it's not listening. Shut down. Okay, it's not listening. Let it be. So we did add that functionality to add that thing of creating a variable a and pushing it to this for only 2 sites, and that is the reason it didn't work for GitHub. Okay, so this guy is now working fine. Hey guys, how's it going on? So I am back again with another episode on Jarvis with JavaScript. So before we get started, I want to tell you that I have made a lot of changes to this Jarvis, and in this episode I am going to explain you that what are those changes and how we did them. Don't worry, I am not going to make this video so lengthy, and I am not going to show you how to do these changes because those are very minor changes, and I am gonna just simply show you that how you are going to do them. So first of all, you could see that we changed the timer, we added some text onto these buttons, and there is one more change which I am going to show you just a minute, and you can see here make me small. Now what does this do? I will tell you in a few moments. And you can see that we have removed the chat section directly. I have simply removed the chat section. Why? Because when I make it small, the chat section is not gonna be visible, so I removed it. So first of all, let's start with this change. Now keep observing at this part where my cursor is now. Okay, so when I click on start recognition, you see another button comes up. Shut down Jarvis.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
And on here, on the top, you could see that I changed its title. Now currently guys, I have not updated this source code into the live project, so the live project will not be anymore like that. And what happens with the stop recognition? Sometimes Jarvis is speaking something and it automatically takes its own command. So that is the reason, if you don't want it to speaking and listening at the same time, you can stop recognition in between. Now there are some more changes which have to be done. We will be doing all of them in the series itself. Okay guys, fine. Now let me show you what this make me small does.
Ready to go, sir.
So guys, did you saw that when I clicked on it, it opened up the same thing, but this is replaced with a button. Now the start recognition button is this thing. Okay, and what I actually tried some other thing also. What is that? Okay, let me explain. I am opening up my console, you could see this scripts may close only the windows that were opened by them. So what did? I just simply said that when I click on this new part, okay, let me show that to you. Okay, window not close. When I clicked on that make me small button, then window should close itself, but it is not because it is prevented by the browser. So that is the reason it is not happening. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happens. So that just happens. And what about this guy? Now I am simply closing this tab, guys, the bigger one, so that I could show you what this smaller one can do. Okay, so here I have it. So why I did this? Okay, I can't open the tab again and again, right? So what I did is simply open the smaller tab so that we don't actually need to switch windows again and again. Now how is this idea? Let me know in the comment section. So when I click on here, just see what if I can simply use my commands. Okay, open GitHub,
Opening GitHub.
open my Instagram profile,
Opening your Instagram profile.
and all this just happens. By the way, guys, follow me on Instagram. It has to be done, right? Okay, leave this. And other things, it will open in a large window. That is fine. And now what I'm going to show you is what about things which have to come in a large space? How can it make itself big? Like we have that command, right? Change my information.
Opening the information tab, sir.
So guys, did you saw that it is automatically opening a bigger window, right? And now my data has been removed from here. Okay, that's okay. Now if I say close this,
Closing the tab, sir.
it is again becoming small, and that is something epic, right? Shut down Jarvis,
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
and I can close this now if I want. Okay, so how have we done each of them? Let me just give a brief overview over that. And now my data is removed. As I said, I have to enter some data, so I'm just entering some random data, simply null everywhere, so that it doesn't give me entire complete information. So that is the reason I'm doing that. So guys, now first of all, I changed this timer. How did I did that? I'm gonna explain you that right now. So it should be, yeah, this was our previous timer, and what we did is we simply changed it. Okay, we simply commented it and we created a new one. Format AMPM, I mean format it in AMPM form. Actually I copied this code from Stack Overflow, so yeah, but let me explain it to you. We are passing in the current date into this function from here. And what is the date? Date is actually a variable we created at top using JavaScript date object. Okay, and we have hours, we get minutes, and we have an if condition whether to give AM and PM based whether the hours is 12 or more than that. And then we are using a modulus to actually make it 12. Okay, something less than 12. Like we can't have hours in something more than 12, right? So that is the reason this is here. And similarly this one, the hour 0 should be 12, right? That is the reason we are doing this. And then similarly we have it for same thing for minutes. And here this is the actual time string that we are getting here. This is the actual time string we are forming using these variables which we created above. Okay guys, and then I'm in that element, time element, where we are adding that data. We are simply doing text content string time, which we did above also. And what is this current time? Let me explain you. I'm clicking on start recognition. Just listen this. What's the current time?
3:49 p.m.
What's the internet connection status?
You are online, sir.
What's the current charging status? What's the current charge?
The current charge is 89.
And here it is. And one more command I should have, I just forgot that command. What is that? Is the charging status one. Okay, it's here. What's the charging status?
The current charging status is plugged in.
And guys, that is something I did really awesome in this update. So what we did is simply, okay, let me show you. So this thing I hope you understood, right? Okay, fine. And here on top, here I created some variables for charge status, connectivity, current, time. After this, the default charge status is to be unplugged, right? But if it is plugged, then it will automatically become plugged in. Okay, fine. Now, what is happening?
3:49 p.m.
Shut down.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
Now it will not interrupt anymore. Okay, so here you have charge status unplugged, fine. Now we are going here. I changed this thing from ternary operator to an normal if else condition because we got two commands or two lines of code now, right? And here simply if it's online, I'm saying turn connectivity variable into online, similarly offline in else condition. And for the battery part, as it is becoming online, sorry, this is the internet connectivity part only, this is the set interval part, so that is the reason it is also the same code. And in the battery part, similarly what we are doing is we are adding this one. Previously it was only this much, that is battery object dot level times 100, but now I have add something called 2 fixed to 2. 2 fixed to 2, what does it do? It gives two integers after the decimal part. That is it, that is its job. If it is something more than like it is, if it is 89.78, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that, it will just simply stop it after two decimal digits. Okay guys, this is fine. And now we are simply turning the variable as plugged in if it's charging, else it is unplugged. Okay guys, fine. Now similarly in the format AM/PM also we are changing the current time to this string time, which is it is speaking us out, right? Now this time has to be updated again and again, right? It is only, it will change after every 60 seconds, right? So that is the reason I am using 60 seconds as an interval. So this much is fine. And there is one more important update, not actually update, it was there in the previous one but I didn't explain it to you. So what is it? Now if I show you the shutdown command, okay, 1 minute, let me just search for it. Okay, here it is. Okay, so if you see here we have something called stopping R is equal to true. Why are we doing this? For this we need to go to the on end command, and here it is, right? So I am saying like I don't want it to stop when I am actually not talking something. Voice recognition dot continuous is going to stop if I am not talking in between, right? And I don't want that. I want it to be continuously turned on and don't stop automatically. So I applied some logic. I created a variable stopping R, full form stopping recognition. I am saying if it is false, don't stop it. After 500 milliseconds, again starting. But if it is made to true, if we actually want to stop voice recognition, then we have to make stopping R true, then end it, right? That is what this function does, guys. That is pretty simple. And what else did I forget to explain you? The main part. What is it? This thing. Okay, the new Jarvis window, which is the smaller part. I have commented the chat part, and yeah, we don't want it anymore. Okay, but if you want the chat part, guys, let me know in the comments. I will do something about it. Okay, so you can see this Jarvis window part here, and this is the new thing. And how do I do that? I am hiding all other stuff, only this part is looking up. Actually, this is a completely new thing. I used CSS media queries to actually do some magic. I said when the width is 300, then hide everything else, only show this new element. But its default values display none. It's actually not visible when it is in full screen. But when it is becoming very small, then it actually comes up and everything else goes away. How do I do that? Okay, I added another class, that is hide on small, to each one of them. And here you can see at max width 300 pixels, hide on small should become display none, and all those things should hide. Right, now one more thing, how did I do that resize part? When I am saying change my information, that has to come in big size, right? So how am I changing the own window size? So for that, let me just show that to you. So there is something called the resize thing, okay? And how are we going to do this? So here we have what are your commands and that change my information. We have the same piece of code in both of them. Okay, just see here guys, I am saying that if it's the small window, so now I will talk about two windows, the large window and the small window. The large window is the default window and the small window is the make me small window, okay? And this, if I'm saying that if the width is lesser than 400, that is if it is the small window, then resize it to screen.width, what is my device screen, that width, and device height, that height. Resize it to that width and height. Similarly, when I say close this, command, we are doing that if it is greater than 401, that is max size or default size, resize it to 250 pixels x 250 pixels, which is the size of our small Jarvis. Okay, so that is something I did, and nothing more. This is the same line of code which I explained. And yeah, there is something also I forgot to explain you in the tutorial series, but I did give that in the source code I have provided previously. So what happened is, when I create a variable called weather statement, and it should be here. Okay, so I created a variable called weather statement guys. And why have we done this? Okay, I am going to the weather function now, and here we are actually adding some data to this weather statement as a string, so that when I ask Jarvis about like what's the weather, it tells me everything without opening a new window or something. But when I ask for a full weather report, it actually uses my location and search for it in Google, right? That is it, what is happening. And I have already explained you that how we are closing all the windows which Jarvis has opened, right? With a simple command, close all tabs. Now that is it guys. Those are all the changes I did. And yeah, this button I forgot to explain about that. So here also it is similar, only here we have this, right, stop Jarvis button. Now this stop Jarvis button is actually not there in the smaller version. I think we have to add it, and if we are going to add it, we will do it in the upcoming episodes, right? Not now. And yeah, this is the same code like this, and a bit change of styling in here. Okay, let me show you. Here we have stop Jarvis btn, right? The above one was start Jarvis btn, and this one is stop Jarvis btn, and same styling guys. Just from left we are increasing its position. That is it. Everything else is same. Now that is it. Fine. And there is one line of code. What does it does? Okay, let me refresh the page. Fine. Now initially that is not there, but when recognition is start at least once, what happens? If I click on start recognition, it comes up. How do we do that? I am going to here, and if I say, let me search for it, hashtag stop. Okay, here it is. Okay, when I am saying when it is actually start, then show this guy. Okay, when it is actually start, show this guy. We can also do that when it stops on end, then remove this guy, right? We can also do that. So I just copy this guy, Control F, I'm going to the on end function, and when it is completely stop, I am pasting this and turning this to none. And now it should close also. I'm saving it, and here it is. Let me refresh once. Fine. Now it's start. Hi Jarvis.
Hello, sir.
Shut down.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
Now guys, did you saw that it just simply got removed, and those are all the changes we did, guys. Okay, I think I didn't show you these commands, right? Okay, I have forgotten that, sorry for that. And yeah, I would also like to show you something. I think I showed you this function, right? That closing all tabs function. Yeah, I did show that. And then I would like to show you this YouTube command, guys. And now guys, I would like to tell you one thing, very important thing. Note this. Previous I did this mistake. Now here I have fixed that. Okay, let me just copy paste this, comment this out. And previously what I did, that I'm going to tell you now. Previously it was like this. For this is that YouTube search which I gave you as a homework to do on your own, so that you could have a better practice and better grip on it. Okay guys, so now what I am going to do is explain to you that how I did a mistake here. So I gave a command that whenever I play, I say play and say something. Let's take for example play Pokemon. What just happened? Let me show you. Okay, let me just show you with app proof.
Ready to go, sir.
So now it is ready. Let's test it out. Play Pokemon.
Playing Pokemon. Playing NG Pokemon. Playing NG Pokemon. Playing NG Pokemon.
Shut down and close all tabs.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap. Playing NG Pokemon. Shut down and close all tabs.
Okay guys, now did you saw that it was in a loop, right? So why was that happening? I said play. Okay, I said play Pokemon. Then what happened? It said playing Pokemon, and in that playing it has play, right? So it was again taking its own command. It was recognizing its own command and launching it again and again and again. So it was actually in a loop, guys. And it took me a lot of time to actually figure this out, that yeah, it is happening something like this. Then I just removed this and change that keyword to searching YouTube for, and boom, now it's working fine. And yeah, after this I have to explain you some other part, that is those commands, right? Current time command and all that. And that is nothing, you simply know that we have if transcript includes this command or this command or this command or this command, simply read out that, and I just add some random text which I would like to have. And yeah, that is it. And I don't think that anything else is left to be done, but no worries. If almost I explained you everything, guys, but yeah, here's that stopping our command, which initially is false, right? That thing we were doing an on and got it right. Okay, fine. Now guys, if you have any doubts within this, just let me know in the comment section. In this video we are going to give the power of news to Jarvis. So in this video we are going to add some features to Jarvis so that it could tell us latest news updates regarding sports, technology and anything we want, and it will also tell us the top headlines as we want it to. So fine, let's get started without any further ado. So first of all, you may see a change here. We have something kind of a calendar here, and how do we do that? Okay, that's nothing much, so let me just simply show that to you. So in the index.html, within this machine div tag which we have created previously, we just add a small div which is div.calendar, and then we add some p elements so that we could add those information. Then within the JavaScript, what we have to do is do some small changes. I mean, not small changes, we actually need to code something, and let me just show that to you. It is just taking the date from your browser and just simply add it. Okay, here it is. So first of all, we need to select something called navigator.language, guys, right? And from this navigator.language, you can actually get your, here let me show that to you where it is. Yeah, you can get your weekday name and then month name and all that you can get from navigator.language, right? And then what we need to do is create a date object and then get its date. I mean, date means this 19. Today it's 19 September, so it's 19. And then get the month name, and then we have to get the day name from lang. And how are we getting this? We have this date object dot to local string and then lang weekday long, guys. Okay, now how we are going to do this? This will return us something, and to local string will make it a simple word, and that is the reason we are using this method. And then we have month name, something similar to the above one, just here we have to change it from weekday to month. And then we have to get the full year and simply add those to this elements. We have to select them with document.query selector or get element by id, it's your choice, then inner html to that. And then if we click on that complete div, what I'm going to do is simply open Google Calendar. That is it. That is what just happened here. You could see, or you could add any calendars you use, any calendar websites you actually use, and that is fine. Similarly, you can also add commands to this, like what is today's date, and you can store this day, store this name, and you can do read out this day name if transcript dot includes what is today's day, and like that. I have not done that because I know that you can do that easily. And similarly, what we have done is simple styling to this, and where it is, okay, I will give the source code to this particular component in the description below so that you could just check it out. So here is the CSS, guys. Here, from here we are starting and till here. So we have selected the complete div, we have styled it to some part, and then we have selected each and every element, style it something, and for calendar month and date we have something different, and others are as simple as that. And yeah, I know that you would have understood it by now, and now let's get started with the news work, guys. So let me just add a comment here, news setup, and then we could just get going. Okay, fine. So first of all, what I am going to do is, we have this right on, when we click on small Jarvis add event listener click, I will call all the functions here for testing purposes, because if I again speak and speak and speak, it will consume a lot of time. So I'm simply commenting these two things out, and then what we are doing is taking this new setup from here to above within this small Jarvis button for faster testing purposes. That is it. Now let's go to the API and see how it is. So first of all, search for news API. I will give the link in the description so you could definitely check it out right there. Then click on it and then just log in or create an account. Then simply click on get API key, and first of all you need to register for it with your name, and it will simply give you an API key. Not a bigger process, not much complex process, so you could just simply do it. But if you get any issues, just let me know in the comments below and you will have an API key of yours. Okay, that is fine. Now let's start writing the code. And now let's just simply go to VS Code, and within here let's create a function. I will create the function down because the actual new setup has to be down. So first of all, let's create an asynchronous function. Already explained about asynchronous and synchronous JavaScript within some video of this Jarvis series. So you could just, if you have watched all those episodes, you would definitely know about it. And then now let's just do get news. I just named it function as so. And then within this function, we need to have something called variable URL, guys. And now within this URL, we need to have an API key and all. So now let me just show you. This is my API key. You could use it if you're not getting for just testing purposes, but it's too easy to get an API key, so you could also get it very easily within a span of some minutes. Okay, so what you actually need to do is https and semicolon newsapi.org/v2, that is their API version, within those we want top headlines, and we need to give an country code. So I am in India, so I am just giving IN as the country code because I want news from India, not from USA or something. And then we have to put an and then simply API key like this. If I would show you in the docs the same thing, then you could go to the news API, and then here simply go to the docs given below, right? This is the search example, and if you go to the documentation page, then if I go to the top headlines one, here you could see that, and then here's the API, the syntax we are looking for, and it will give us the response in this format, and you can actually see how it is going to give us a response. And similarly you can just get those responses into your components or elements. Fine. So now here we are, and then now let's us create a request to fetch from this. Okay, so let's create a variable called req, which is equal to new request, yeah. And then what should we do here is pass in this URL. And now guys, actually we are not using Ajax this time because I know we usually use Ajax, but this time we are going to use fetch API so that we understand each and everything from JavaScript. Okay, so now let's create an await function. We have to wait for this await when we call this asynchronous function. Okay, now let's just do fetch. What do you fetch? Fetch the request, and after that request I would just say dot then, and after, okay, let me make the font a bit bigger, and now it should be fine. And dot then, within this dot then we need to have a parameter. The name of the parameter will be response. Let's get that response, and then let's put it into an arrow function. It will be a single line of code, so I don't need any brackets now. I just simply do response dot JSON, guys, and this is how we have to call it. Now after this JSON we again need to do dot then, and now what we actually need to do is get the actual data we are looking for. So now I took the data as a parameter and then created the function, and now this time we need curly braces, so I'm getting it. Now what we actually need to do is let's do log data. That is it, guys. Now let's just simply call this function whenever I click on this button, where it is right here. So I'm simply saying, what was the name? Yeah, get news, right? Okay, this much is fine. Now let's save this and test it out. So let me open the console, and here is the console. Let me make everything a bit clean and bigger, right? So control plus plus, and then if I click on make me some small button, I clicked on it, just see what will happen. And here our result is app.js 581. You just saw that, right? Now if I click on this arrow button, you could see we have articles, and within this articles we have all the news we actually require. So I clicked on it, and you would see we have the author name, content, description, the published at date, source, title, URL, and all other things. But we actually just need the title because Jarvis has to tell us, not show us. Okay, it will not show us, it will just simply tell everything with its mouth because we don't have time to so why is this feature there? Because we are coding something, we are busy, right? Just imagine this example, we are busy doing something, and we just wanted we were just wanted to something to just hear, which is informative also. So that is the reason we can simply do ask Jarvis, tell me today's top headlines, and it is gonna tell us everything we need. Fine. And yeah, so now let's just do something. Now guys, if I do readout within this, let's do something to actually do the readout. Now within this function we are going to do something else also. Let's get each of these articles. We are actually getting 10 articles here, I guess. Let's see once. We should have only 10 only. Okay, no, we are getting 20 articles. So you could do what? If you want 10, you can make it array.pop method called 10 times. If you want how many articles? Yeah, we have 20 articles. If you want array articles to be just 10, you could just as I said, array.pop 10 times and it will be 10. or you could just simply change the length of the array. So I am going to change the length of the array, guys. That is it. So I am going to create a variable called array news here, and let's simply make it data dot articles. Fine. Now let's just log array news dot length, and then after this I would like to make array news dot length equal to 10, and after this I will again log array news dot length. Now let's just see what happens if I save it, click in here. We get 20 in the first take, which is the initial length, and then 10 in the second take, which is what we are looking for. Right. Now after this we have, now let's just do the readout function to actually check what is happening. Right. Now guys, what we have to do is, let's simply do readout, a readout function, and within this function let's simply pass in this array news. Okay, great. Now let's save it. Now just see what will happen. Okay.
Object, object, comma, 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 object, object.
Okay, so there was some error, we have to fix it. Okay, let's just fix it out. So why that error came, I don't know. Let's just test it out. Let's just see what is there. So after this, if I do log my array news, and now if I test it, we have an array simple as we want. But why is it talking like this? Because we actually need to do some changes here. We have to do some changes so that Jarvis could speak it without any issues. Because see guys, what are these objects like? Can Jarvis read all this like this? Can Jarvis read it like this? No, right? It has to just read some string value here. But we are telling it to read everything. That is not possible, right? So those are small mistakes which we need to avoid. So now we actually need to push each of the titles into an array. And how we are going to do this? Let's create an empty array like this, and then what we are going to do is, let's say array news. Okay, let's use a for each snippet. Okay, in the name of the array will be array news dot for each element. We have to get the element as well as its index. So not like this, we need brackets, e comma I will say, or maybe index, let's say. So now within this for each, we actually need to do, let's simply say a dot push the element dot title. So this is it. And now if I do here a, now see what will happen. I'm clicking on make me small.
How ex-Punjab CM Captain Amarinder Singh lost perception battle. Times of India Kangana Ranaut accuses Hollywood of stealing screens in reaction to Ryan Reynolds' mimicking statement. Times of India, over 250 patients including kids admitted to Kanpur hospital with dengue, malaria, viral fever. India Today, SpaceX's first tourist splashdown in the Atlantic off Florida. Yahoo Eurosport UK, SpaceX's trailblazing tourist trip to orbit ends with splashdown in the Atlantic, Hindustan.
So guys, did you just see that it is speaking everything continuously, and we are not able to understand anything where there is the next headline, where this is the previous headlines. And so what I have to do is I have to number these headlines, like headline number 1, this is it, headline number 2, this is it, like that is we need to do, right? So what we do is, first of all, let's remove these console logs, they are irritating me. Okay, fine. And before this a dot push title, let's do one thing. Let's push the index, okay, so that we are just getting the index so that we could number them like 1 2 3 and 4 like that. So a dot push. Now let's do index plus 1. Now why are we doing plus 1? Because index starts from 0, right? So that is the reason we are doing this. Now I would actually want to have some space between this. It's saying in item number 1 and then title. Between that I would like to have some space. So I'm just simply doing a dot push a string dot 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 dot, like something like this. And now if I copy this, paste it again after here, so that it could take some time and then again speak for the next index. That is something I want. Now if I save it, now just see what will happen.
1. How ex-Punjab CM Captain Amarinder Singh lost perception battle, Times of India. 2. Kangana Ranaut accuses Hollywood of stealing screens in reaction to Ryan Reynolds' mimicking statement, Times of India. 3. Over 250 patients including kids admitted to Kanpur hospital with dengue, malaria, viral fever, India Today. 4. SpaceX's first tourist splashdown in the Atlantic off Florida, Yahoo Eurosport UK. 5. SpaceX's trailblazing tourist trip to orbit ends with splashdown in the Atlantic, Hindustan Times.
So guys, did you saw that now it is working perfectly fine? Now we are actually able to understand the news. It has talked about SpaceX, it has talked about Kangana Ranaut or something, and yeah, that is fine. And yep, that is fine. And now this is one part, guys. Now we actually need to add it as a command. Like if I say what are today's top headlines, then tell me that. Okay, so I'm commenting right here and then removing this and uncommenting these two things and simply removing this get news function from here. Now what should we do? Now guys, here we have to go to this transcript all types, and here let's add another thing like news commands. And after this, let's just copy this command structure and then paste it. And here if the transcript includes top headlines, then what you do is these are today's top headlines. Let's say Jarvis will speak, these are today's top headlines, sir. Fine. And after this it will speak out the headlines. And what is that function? You know, get news and call it. That is it. Now if I save it and again testing it out, don't worry, I will not let it speak for so much time. Jarvis, what are today's top headlines?
These are today's top headlines, sir. 1. How ex-Punjab CM Captain Amarinder Singh lost perception battle, Times of India. 2.
So guys, did you heard that? Wasn't that cool? So today in this video, I'm going to tell you that how you can actually change Jarvis into your very own language. So in this video, I'm going to show you that how you can convert it into Hindi, and you can actually do it to Telugu, Tamil, any of the existing languages in your device. Okay, so let's get started without any further ado. So first of all, let me add a simple comment here like speech lang, and let me create a variable here. Let's say its name to be speech underscore lang. And I will just make it default to HIIN. Now this HIIN is a keyword to represent Hindi and India. So that is what it is going to be there. And right now I'm going to add a comment here saying that HIIN. Now this should be like this, or it should be something like simply this English US. So these are the two languages we are going to switch between, and simple. Now let me just tell you right now that we can switch within these languages anytime. Like if I'm going to tell Jarvis switch to Hindi, it should switch to Hindi. And if I tell him to like English mein badlo, then it will turn into English. And if you close the browser, it will be in Hindi if you have previously made it Hindi, and if you it will be in English if you previously made it Hindi, then English, like anywhere, because I am going to use local storage to access the language part. Okay, so this is going to be completely user friendly. And now what I'm going to do is take an if condition saying that local, okay, just give me a second, local storage dot get item, like say lang, if it is triple equal to null, then what you do is simply do local storage dot set item equal to what, set item now will be equal to a new language, which is nothing but English by default. Okay guys, it should be English by default. Fine, if there is nothing, then turn it into English, but if there is something, let it be. Okay, now what we are going to do is we have to create something like recognition.lang. Now here we have recognition, right? After we created recognition, just go and just do recognition.lang as it. Now here we are simply passing in that variable. What is that variable? Now actually we are not passing in the language name from that variable, because that variable is created within this code. I want that language which is saved, which was done previously. So I want to get the language name from the data, that is local storage. So I'm just simply doing local storage dot get item lang. So this is what I want. Okay, now our language will be transversing between Hindi and English whenever we set it to. Now after this, let us create a function called readout for Hindi language. Okay, so I'm going to do just search for readout, and here what I am going to do is create a function called readout Hindi, and within here also we need to have a message, and after getting the message we need to do most of the part as same. So I'm just simply copy pasting this stuff, and but we need to do some minor changes here. And what are those changes? Let me just tell you guys. So first of all, we have created the speech, then we have speech.text message. Now make sure that this message has to be some Hindi phrase, not any English phrase, because I'm going to change this speech dot lang to Hindi in. Now again I'm putting an underscore. Okay, fine. Now it is Hindi in, and now your function is ready. Now you can use it to speak out something in Hindi, but we need to do something important. Now guys, do you see that something is missing here? Yeah, I have actually removed all our talking conditions. Like here I kept them. Transcript dot includes, all those I have removed from here, and now I'm going to paste them within a few minutes. But before that, what I'm going to do is do something new. Now what is that new part? So first of all, we have to create a if condition to get the particular language. So I'm like, let me give you an example. If our local storage dot get item, what is that get item? It is our lang, right? If that lang is triple equal to what? Is triple equal to English US, then follow these commands. Okay, let me paste that here. Follow these commands, not this one, the one which I showed you in my notepad window, and let's just copy them out here. Control A, Control C, and then simply paste them here. Now after them, what we need to do, we are going to use another if condition for Hindi also. So I'm just simply saying if local storage dot get item, our lang is triple equal to what? Hindi in. If this is the case, then we need to have some Hindi commands. That is obvious, right? That much common sense you do have. And then what we have to do is we just simply need to create some commands for Hindi. Okay, so let us do one command simply. I am going to tell if transcript dot includes, if, so I just want to add a Hindi phrase here, so let me just get it from my notepad, and let's just simply paste it here. If the transcript is including this text, that is hello Jarvis, then what you need to do is simply read out Hindi function, call the read out Hindi function, and within that call this stuff. What is that? Hello sir. Now guys, obviously the voice and the this stuff should be changing here, because this is a completely new. Now I have already tested this in my device and it was a female voice coming up. Initially it was male for English and it is female for Hindi. You will just listen it in a few minutes, don't worry. So now this is one of the function. Now similarly we have to do some other stuff. Now how would I actually change my language to Hindi, English or something? For that we need to have a if else statement, if condition, right? Like transcript includes. So I'm saving it right here now, and then what I'm going to do is go to the top of all these if else conditions, if conditions, and here I will create one more command, like let's say change lang command. Okay, this is our command. Now if transcript dot includes switch to Hindi, if transcript dot includes switch to Hindi, then what I am going to do is, after switching to Hindi, we are just simply changing the variable, setting some stuff to the local storage, and we are good to go. Now what is that? Let me just tell you. So first of all, let us make a readout for confirmation that yeah, this function is working. Readout, and here within this readout I'm going to say switching to Hindi. That's it. And after this I'm going to say converting our speech lang to English this time. Our speech lang is now not English, I'm sorry, we are going to change it to Hindi actually. Okay, HIIN, fine. Now after this we are going to set this language to the local storage. So I'm just simply saying local storage dot set item. Within this set item we are setting it to be lang, and for this lang we are setting this value, that is our HIIN, fine. Now after this what we are going to do is simply saying stopping the recognition and reloading our page, fine, web app. And then I'm going to just simply say recognition dot stop, and after stopping it, how to reload? This is a simple trick, just remember location dot reload. If you do, your web's current page will reload automatically. Now after reload you just simply do read out Hindi, and just for confirmation I have this, we will say मैं तैयार हूँ sir. Okay, it will say मैं तैयार हूँ sir, and paste, fine. This part is fine. And now let's just try it if I have missed something or not. Let's just test it out whether it's going to work or not. So it is new here, so I will be simply adding my name and all. So I'm just simply telling here and keeping this null. Your location, let us just simply add London, and then Instagram, the enthusiastic dev. Okay, let me just keep them null, fine, and then submit. Okay guys, I see it's not working. Just let me, there may be some error, I guess that is the reason this is happening. Okay, let me see the console. Okay, console, fine. So here you can see require is not defined, so something has been imported by VS Code. Yeah, previously I made a mistake. No, that's not, this would be imported by VS Code automatically, because by spelling mistake I just pressed read. So now it should work fine. Yeah, now it's working fine. Now if I say start recognition, switch to Hindi.
Switching to Hindi.
Now guys, did you saw that? Now I don't know if there were any errors or like hello Jarvis.
Hello, sir.
So guys, did you saw that the voice is changed? Now this is actually Hindi. It became Hindi. Now I'm going to show you something different. Now I'm going to tell you that how you can actually switch back to English again. Okay. Now, okay, let me just stop recognition and I'm going to refresh and refresh the page. Just simply see I'm going to refresh, and then if I again do like start recognition, it will not respond to my previous commands. Like open GitHub. See, it is not responding. If because all I have not added these old commands into my new if condition, right? I have not added that. But if I say hello Jarvis,
Hello, sir.
it is working. So that is what I meant by that. Now I'm clicking on stop recognition, and I'm again going down to my if condition right here, and I'm going to add one more if transcript includes to switch to English. Okay, I'm just simply saying if transcript dot includes English में बदलो or like something like that, and yeah, I have that phrase here. I just copied everything. Now you will be getting like how do I get all these in English Hindi phrases. Now guys, next episode, okay, I will keep that in suspense. In the end I will tell you about that. Okay, wait, okay, fine. Now here what I'm going to do is I'm just simply saying read out Hindi again. Here I'm saying English में बदल रहा हूँ or something. Okay, I just got this phrase and I'm just simply pasting it. Okay, after telling this, what it will do is we are converting speech underscore lang variable to English US. Okay, English US simply, and after this we are setting this item, this stuff to local storage dot set item our lang to be what? Simple ENUS. Fine. And after setting this stuff to ENUS, what you are going to do is same, that is stopping R to be true, and then our recognition, okay, wait, and then our recognition dot stop. Fine. After stopping it, you again need to do location dot reload. Okay, reload again, and simple I'm just simply simply calling a readout function, and here we are saying ready to go sir. Now I don't think this will actually work or not, this last readout function, but sometimes it may. Okay, fine. Now this is let's test it out. So now we are ready with Jarvis. Now I'm starting it. Hello Jarvis.
Hello, sir.
So yeah, it's working because previously we had switched it to Hindi, so it is currently now in Hindi. Now if I say English में बदलो,
English में बदल रहा हूँ.
so guys, did you saw that? Now if I click on start recognition, now it should be in it should take all my English commands. Open GitHub,
Opening GitHub.
and now you can see it is actually taking my previous commands. Close all tabs,
Closing all tabs, sir.
and now all my previous commands are simply working fine, guys. Shut down.
Okay, sir, I will take a nap.
So guys, did you saw that how we converted our very own Jarvis into Hindi and English, switching from here to there?